Important disclaimer and viewer notice. This is an international broadcast intended for a mature audience, 18+. It is designed for global horse racing enthusiasts, particularly those in jurisdictions outside of India. This content may be of special interest to attendees at the live event. Important notice for viewers in India. Please be advised that this content is not intended for your jurisdiction and may conflict with local laws. Please read the following carefully before proceeding. 1. Purpose of this channel: an academic exercise in risk analysis. This live stream is a purely educational and informational broadcast. Our focus is on the academic exploration of handicapping methodologies, statistical data analysis, and the principles of risk assessment. Crucially, our analytical framework does not assess the probability of winning. Instead, our entire focus is on identifying and evaluating the potential for financial loss and the inherent risks associated with each variable. This is an intellectual simulation designed to teach a disciplined, risk-first approach to analyzing the science of horse racing. The live format of this stream is essential to this analytical mission. A spreadsheet alone provides only a static, quantitative snapshot. A complete and rigorous risk assessment requires the inclusion of dynamic, real-time variables. These include qualitative observations from the paddock, the physical condition and behavior of the horses, last-minute changes in weather and ground conditions, and the strategic decisions made by jockeys during the race. Therefore, the use of a live race feed is for the strict purpose of data collection and model validation. It allows us to test our pre-race statistical analysis against the reality of the live event, which is a critical part of the educational process. 2. No betting advice or inducement. A firm policy. This channel does not provide betting tips, financial advice, or picks. The content is not intended to induce, encourage, or promote any form of wagering or participation in online money games, which may be prohibited by your local laws. Any analysis is a theoretical exercise and must not be interpreted as a recommendation to place a bet. 3. Strictly independent, supported by viewers. The host of this channel is fully independent. We have no affiliation, partnership, or financial relationship with any bookmaker, wagering platform, or any other entity in the gaming industry. Our analysis and content are not sponsored or influenced by any outside entity. This channel is made possible through the voluntary support of our viewers via YouTube's official features, Super Chat, etc. All contributions support our educational mission, and our content will always remain free and accessible. 4. Community Code of Conduct. Fostering analytical discussion. We encourage an intelligent discussion focused on the science of racing. Encouraged. Sharing your thoughts and analysis on the race or any horse, focusing on data, strategy, or observed risks. Prohibited. Discussing personal bets, encouraging others to bet, requesting tips, or sharing links to wagering sites. Violation of these rules will result in comment deletion and a potential ban. 5. Viewer responsibility, legal compliance. You, the viewer, are solely responsible for your own actions and for understanding and complying with all laws in your jurisdiction. This channel and its host assume absolutely no liability for any financial losses or legal consequences. By continuing to watch this stream, you acknowledge that you have read, understood, and agree to these terms. You confirm that your purpose for watching is to learn from our methods of live data analysis and the critical study of factors that influence race outcomes.
Good morning. Today is 24th of September and we are going to do some analysis today here at Sandown Hillside. Now we've been racing here back to back for quite a few weeks, especially during the Wednesdays. And today is one of those days where we have it back, and this is where we're going to do some analysis and we'll see what the results are. The ground reading is good. Last time I checked, it was soft, but now it is showing good. Now, this is Sandown. We have spoken about this track quite a few times. The this track has two different circuits. The first one is the lakeside, which is this side of the track. The other one is the hillside, which is this side of the track. We are going to be using the measurements for the hillside, which is this side of the track. The last finishing mile from the last bend to the finishing post somewhere here is about 490 meters. And it is an uphill. And this is the challenge. This is the difficulty of this track. Why this track is so difficult? Because this is not a straight with a flat surface. It is uphill. And that's where it gets difficult. So we'll see what we can do here today. Welcome to Grandstand, and we do horse racing analysis. And we do that in two steps. First, we try and identify the best horses through physics, mathematics, a little bit of understanding of horse racing. And once we have identified the best horses, that's when we take a look at the horses at the paddock or at the gates when we get the live stream from the paddock or the gates. If we find that all the horses that we are thinking that has the best chances are looking good and good to go with, we wait for the results to come out. But if we find that there are other options and better horses at the paddock or circumstantial changes, we often highlight them. That's exactly what we try and do. So we'll get on with the first one today here at Sandown. We'll take a look at the odds which are going on at this point of time. 11 has been scratched. We have scratched 11. 8, 9, 6, 10. So that 8 is the favorite. The thing is, these two horses are good. They are kind of the same thing, but the only difference is this, that um, 8 is being ridden by Zahara. They're two very identical horses. They're two very identical horses, and there's hardly any difference in these two, apart from the fact that that's how the thing is. Okay, the difference in the jock, and 8 is being ridden by Zahara. That's why it is favorite. Now, the other stuff is also right. I mean, the 6 is right. All that is right. So there's no other problem. The other thing that is possible. Now, so the thing with, I mean, these two have, if we go through the leverage, then they do come down, and these horses are there with the larger leverages, where these horses, they will come up, right? But the problem is this, that they don't have the right jocks with them. They don't have the right jocks, and probably not in the best uh, state as well. So this is the first one. We'll see how things are. The 8 is the favorite. Zahara is riding. Should not be a problem. We'll see. The 10 is the thing. So it's about these two horses, the 8, the 6 and the 10, which is going to come next. Ideally, 6 should come because that's that, and this is on a very high leverage. This is on a very low leverage. I mean, so generally, the leverage is something that needs to be taken care of. So if we go like this, that's that. Up till here, it is okay, and these two are favorites. Up till here, it is 3.2. These are 4, and so I don't know about the 10. These are okay. Then it's, if at all, they work. Otherwise, things can go nasty, very, very nasty. But we'll see how it works. Out here on the leverage side, what might work is so. This has the highest advantage. It's from gate number 1, 3-year-old gilding, which is okay. But it's a drop, and it's a drop like bad drop. So that's where it is. Let's see how it works, the first one. This is the favorite. And here, I had a thing that this... This is a very good hand. The leverage is on the higher side. But this jock is very difficult. I don't know what he's capable of. I don't want to comment, but they're tailing gates as well. Okay, quite possible. This is on a. I mean, the leverage has gone down to negative 6.2. I don't know whether that will work. This is there. Honestly, this is a better horse. I think it's a better horse, but the leverage is here. Anyway, we'll see how it works. 8 is the favorite, right?
It's going to be slowly run. So a horse that's second up early in the prep will still be able to finish off really quickly in terms of if it was a fast run race, maybe the horse with the fisters there might be advantage. But Crusader Boy has been really well supported. It's early in the prep, then he can go right on. Coinsbet, they're top price in the market for the Derby, which you've mentioned, and they have assured me on the trading floor that even if it comes out and wins by 5 or 6, they're still going to be top price and good bookmaking from the Coinsbet trading floor.
Well, that's exciting to be able to hear because wouldn't be surprised if we see this nice comp come out. You talked about those boosted odds. Let's take a look at it once again. You can get $4 for this OB event right now. Hutchie's best bet on the program. Crusader Boy, Jules and I are pretty keen on him as well. Open event from Sandown. Chances are you're about to lose free confidential support. Call the number on the screen or visit the website.
This mountain yard is brought to you by the new Racing.com app. Now on National Ball, racing form for every state, every day. Download wherever you get your apps.
Jockey Jamie Mott, not running on the program today. Off field at the moment, so we've been faced on his right and leaves all okay. Let's start the yard for the first, and we're going to start with Count Nancy racing for Simon Lee, who's now second up.
Big price, rightly so, 201k on the back of, I suppose, a fair run at sale or finished midfield, but the bulk of this 8-year-old's performances haven't really stood up to much, so I can understand the big price.
Yeah, I think we're just strip fitter from today's run. He is carrying a little bit of condition, so just expecting him to improve from today.
Great to get our yard coverage today from Nick Newton. Continuing through the Maloney's team up with Dundonald.
I thought the recent jump out was okay. A little gear change as well. The blinkers going on. That should mean something or count for something, but it's a horse not just there from a handful of starts, so he's going to need to improve his prep.
I think he's suited to this distance range first up. He doesn't look all that far away from a fitness point of view. He'll take some natural improvement from this run, but he maybe wanted to follow out of this race in an easier maiden.
Horse 3 made the trip from Bendigo. It's Jawson Rob, a big son of Brunt.
Yeah, ran on a heavy track when resuming. That was over a mile. It started $61 and finished third behind Crown Rush. He's very he looked really one-pace, this horse. He looked like a massive unit as well. So he'll no doubt strip fitter for that first up run. And I think he's an interesting one because it's clearly something to work with.
Yeah, he is a massive unit. He's probably one of the biggest horses you'll see here today at Sandown, and he's been a bit of a handful as well. He's throwing his weight around there just with his strapper. He's a horse that just looks like he's going to get out over a lot of ground throughout his career.
Jockey Ben Allen with big task this Friday night riding Barron Hill. Hopefully do another Group 1 in the Manicato. Hopefully get a couple of confidence boosters. He's on Maximus Bond.
That he is, and pretty consistent sort of gelding really, and a little bit more is required today. So at the current price, I would be encouraging a play. It's around $29. I think that looks about right.
He comes here with a good base of fitness. He's well muscled over his height. I just like to probably see him moving a little bit better, especially behind. He could just probably walk a little bit looser there.
The Paltinian, he gets his chance coming into town. He gets the blinkers on.
The good thing is he's placed in 4 of 7, so that's the positive. His first time run at Bendigo on that in a heavy track minded by
he's another one in this race that will just continue to improve from a fitness point of view from today's run, and especially up in distance. That looks like where he's going to be breaking through, maybe around that 2,000 to 2,400 metre mark.
Take a look now at Enchanted Jenny. She's going to be the second runner for Lucy Yeomans under her own name. Making a case for her much?
Well, definitely. I mean, there's only a few chances in this. Enchanted Jenny, I think, looks a genuine contender. She's placed in her last three. She's been very consistent. She's put up some sound performance. She's got plenty on board as well. And she's ready to knock over a maiden. Like if Crusader Voyage did probably run to where I think I'm expecting it to, I think Enchanted Jenny's got a great chance.
Yeah, she's been up a while, this girl, throughout a few different stables, and she's really fit for today's assignment. She's got a perfect attitude here on race day. She's just taking everything in. I like the way she's moving. A very positive parade from her. I think if you look at her back, you probably put that more on off the way she's paraded.
7, I've got the power. Make the long trip from Wayne Garada. He improved run last start, though.
Wasn't improved run. On the synthetic 200 to 1. Not good enough for me to warrant giving it a chance here, but I've seen worse 200 to 1 chances.
Yeah, and he probably presents a little bit that way as well. Of all the roughies, he's maybe the one that captures your eye the most. He's horse that's moving quite well. He's a little bit toey in the yard, but I still think there's a bit of upside to come with him throughout his career.
Casting the eyes over now, the A Crusader Voyage. Marzara back on board after jumping on this Camelot colt for Chris Waller, making a nice return at this track first up.
Yeah, I think both runs last preparation would be Brentford. In his very first race start, when the Super Bay was beaten a narrow margin. He went to Rose Hill after that, wasn't beaten that far. And then fresh up here, chased a good one, and I think in Regal Ward he can win some nice races. So this is also, in theory, should relish this move up the trip. I think it's a much weaker race, justifiably odds on.
Yeah, he wears the red earmuffs here in the yard. I could see him last time. I think today he probably presents a little bit more relaxed than when he did first up, so that freshness has come out of him. He's moving quite well. He's not the biggest horse. I probably have some queries of whether he can actually get to a derby or a race like that, just off his constitution, but he's presented well for today.
Very interesting looks out there for Nick in the yard. One of the other main contenders, Let It Beal, son of Savabeel, second up at the first up run in pretty tough conditions up the track.
Yeah, it was a good run, I thought, for Galloper. He's another one that's shown there's nice potential from a handful of starts. So, there's a shots. He's one of them. At the moment, second favourite, I understand that.
I wouldn't even be surprised if he took some improvement out of today's run and would be peaking later into the campaign. He's very relaxed, he's quite sensible. I like the way he's walking. He's got a nice loose walk on him. He seems very professional here in the mountain yard, but I do think that there is still some improvement to come.
Let's close that out with the Gentropy for Cliff Brown. Dan Jackout sticks with this summer fun.
Yeah, I didn't mind the run at Geelong behind Decanter. I thought it was good in the first and second run, and then gone sort of 12, 1400 now to a mile. I think the miles were really well, it looks as though he'll be served by that. He's by far, but he's out of the Galilei up there, so maybe on that downside, stoutness. So this is a horse that maybe playing out.
Yeah, he's still a bit green, he's still a bit new to things, but he's a horse I think that has a fair bit of scope moving forward. He's quite a nice type. He's got a good, strong shoulder and good hind quarter. He may be on to 5 out of today's event if he runs well.
Nice way to be able to start the day. Mile Maiden for the first at 8 at Sandown, and your best bet comes up.
That it is. Voyage. Really like that return run, and hopefully up the trip he'll be hard to beat. Sorry, Saddle's another positive for him. So there's two real dangers of Jenny or Let It Beal if Crusader Voyage didn't turn up. I think Jenny's been racing really well. There's no knock with her. Let It Beal's probably opened a little bit more improved second up. And then out of those, of the rest, chances will be in full selection preparation as well. So good account, but happy to do it. Say it.
I'm going to go with the 6 here on top from the yard in Enchanted Jenny. I thought she presented really well today. Probably a perfect parade from her. Like how nice and relaxed she was hitting her hand here in the yard. She's super fit, and like how her attitude was. No real knocks on Let It Beal or even our favourite Crusade Voyage. I just thought she was the pick of the yard. Horse number 6, Enchanted Jenny.
Taking a look at the market as well. Crusader Voyage holding favourites slightly out to the $1.90. You can see the market really only wants these top three. Let it be. It's got some nice gate speed as well. Having a second up run, $3.70. Enchanted Jenny, nice push from the yard from McNoonan at $4. Looking to be Lucy Yeoman's first winner in her own name. And look at that big drift there. The Gentry got out to as much as 18, now in 17.2. But Crusader Voyage holding pretty steady as a favourite at $1.90. Let's head out on course though, catching up with Kath Coleman. They got a good contender. They got some nice chances across the program today, including the son of Savabeel out of Let It Rock at Edfield.
Catherine, let it feel here today. It seems like he may have improved this campaign, just looking him in the eye.
Yeah, definitely. Seems like he's come back a more mature individual this time around, both physically and mentally. I'm sure whatever he does this preparation will continue to improve on as he still develops.
What does Sale make of the first up run there at Bendigo?
Yeah, really pleased. They were on heavy conditions that day. I thought he handled it really well, got through the ground well, probably just got a little bit tired late. So when they run first up on the heavy, you've always got a little bit of a question mark on them second up, just whether they're going to put in a flat run, but he's given us every indication at home that he's bounced through it in really good order. Work's been good, he seems bright, his coat's come on since then, so with a little bit of luck today, hopefully we can get the maiden out of the way.
Up to 1600 looks to be positive as well.
Yeah, definitely, looks like we should really appreciate that trip.
Stay will have a number of good chances throughout the day. One that really caught my eye was Blue Hawaiian. How's she come through that last start run?
Yeah, really well. She's a mare that's been racing well all preparation. She's had a little freshen up before that run last start when she probably just got a little bit tired and late once again. So I think she's improved on that, and hopefully with a bit of luck today we can go close there too.
Even straight life, she probably looks a bit better suited on the drier conditions today.
Yeah, definitely. Hopefully this rain doesn't stick around all day and we can still get a suitable surface for her by that race.
What do you think the best of the Moody Common runners are today?
I'm really excited to see Blinded by the Light back at the races. I thought she was really impressive first up and just really pleased with how she's been coming along with preparation.
Best luck.
Thank you.
Well, that's nice that we're getting a good push there from Catherine Coleman about his son of Savabeel in the first in Let It Feel, which I was about to sing on the read of song. You nearly gave us Blinded by the Light rendition much before, but
Very good sign.
maybe, yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
I know I can get you going.
Half-hearted.
Yeah, that's how I'm rolling at the moment as well. Speaking of, let's go here. Your best bet on the program, Crusader Voyage, over points bet. You get $15 right now for the Derby as well. Final thoughts, guys, before we jump.
Well, let's have it, shall we?
Yeah, I think it's just been a good push for Enchanted Jenny. I'd say that's probably what Nico was saying from the yard, that it clearly looked outstanding. So it's sort of touched $5, been a bit of a push back towards it, but still, I couldn't push you away from Crusader Voyage from a market point of view, that's for sure. It's as solid as you can be.
So that ship was right to be able to get Lucy her first win. We'll wait and see who's going to be hopefully out of these top three in the market. Let's bring in the best in the business, Matt Hill, to call the first.
Watsy, thank you very much, and team. Welcome to Sandown on this good four rail in the true position. And we welcome our Sky audience as well joining us. Just a couple of notes with Ethan Brown picking up the ride in race three, number 3, tumbling Ethan Brown, replacing Jamie Mott not riding today, and a late scratching in race 4, number 12, She Nailed It, is a late withdrawal on bets. So good for Rail True as the light rain continues to fall. Now I've got the power, just a little bit reluctant at this stage. And also to come along Donald and Peltinian. The maidens and benchmark 66s today. A pretty strong and competitive card. Some good racing this afternoon, despite the drizzly weather. Now Peltinian goes in. And Dundonald is going to be the final one to load away for the first of 8 here at Sportsbet Sandown. Race over the 1,600 metres to get us underway. And the starter has the button in hand. Crusader Voyage, the odds-on favourite, yellow jacket, and they're racing. Jawsome Rob took a backward step shortly after the start, and Crusader Voyage jumped well with Peltini and Let It Feel. Maximus Bond isn't too far away. McEntropy next on the rails. Enchanted Jenny's picking up some ground. followed by Jawsome Rob, who's trying to stick back and find a position. Along the inside is Counter Nansky, and then came I've Got the Power, and last of all is Donald. So they steadily work their way towards the 1200 marker, where Peltinian has a peek for the lead and goes to the front from Let It Feel, who's happy to get the trail, and Crusader Voyage is third one off the fence. Enchanted Jenny is 4-3 wide. Maximus Bond the centre, and then came the Entropy on the rails. A length and a half, Jawsome Rob, and I've Got the Power deeper, Counter Nansky and Dundonnell. So Peltinian the pilot, 850 metres to go. By 2 lengths, Crusader Voyage, and then Let It Feel third the rails. Enchanted Jenny got to a clear fourth. A length and a quarter, Maximus Bond. I've Got the Power pulling its way up around the outside.
William, welcome back.
A length and a quarter, Jawsome Rob, and then came well back Counter Nansky and Dundonnell. Around the turn, Peltinian the leader, 600 metres to go. By over a length, Crusader Voyage, and then Let It Feel on the inside. Enchanted Jenny always wide, 2 lengths, Maximus Bond. Then came Negentropy, and back behind those horses, I've Got the Power. Peltinian grabbed by Crusader Voyage as they reach the 300. Enchanted Jenny on the outside of the hands and heels has loomed up, though. Crusader Voyage has a race on its hands, 100 to go. Enchanted Jenny levels up and just about gets its bib in front. Enchanted Jenny goes to the lead. This is a great win.
6-8.
3/4 of a length, Crusader Voyage and Negentropy. Let It Feel's finished fourth, followed by Peltinian Dundonnell. Next, Maximus Bond, Jawsome Rob, and Gap Counter Nansky, and I've Got the Power. Enchanted Jenny, Blake Shear at 4:30 at 170. Snap deep, but Blake didn't panic, and Enchanted Jenny has done the rest for Lucy Yeomans, the mare by Purring Cantor, and the Tiga breaking through at start number 9. Number 6, Enchanted Jenny, a deserved win, being placed its last 3 outings. It's done a good job there. Didn't have any favours from that outside alley, and it's been too good for Crusader Voyage. Number 8, Mark Zara for Chris Waller, and the late close from Negentropy, Dan Stackhouse for Cliff Brett.
So what happened at 6-1? That happened. Anyway, we'll go to the next. So, before I go to the next, I'm going to highlight something that we have included. So, we know the BL, okay? The BL basically is the FR, which is the rating of the horses versus the class of the horses. Okay? The rating of the horses versus the class of the horses. Now that's that. Now, so a couple of things that I don't know if you have been following through. So, the VH here, the VH is basically the scale of the handicapping. The lower it is, the higher handicap the horse is. That's the scale. Now the scale is just the scale. The measurement is here. It's a scale. The scale says 2.2, negative 2.2 for both the horses. And then it goes to negative 19, negative 25, negative 0.5, and all that. And then we get the value of what that scale is referring to here in 3 different sections. Okay, that's that. Now, along with that, what we had the cap for a very long time, but I was not opening it up because we went through a change of season and all that. So the cap basically is so we know this is the scale of the handicapping, this is the value of the handicapping, and the cap is the value of the handicapping versus the rating of that horse with the pace. All right, with the pace. So ideally, the smaller it is, the better it is. Cannot go on negative. If it goes on negative, it gets tricky, right? The smaller it is, the better it is, but it cannot go on negative. Then if it goes on negative, then it is not good. And the higher it is, then you'll have to take a look at the body weight plus the DICR of the class, right? So, like in this case, all that was good, but 8 was the lowest, all right? Then from the higher side, this 10 was there, but it was a negative leverage and it was like that. Then the 6 was rightly placed. Body weight 2.5 and it was here. Okay, but this is a maiden race, that's why it is showing all negative. We'll go to the actual races where they're not going to be negative and we'll see how that works. Okay. So this is basically so if you've done intraday trading, day trading, and all that, so there's a thing called volume movement. So we are catching the volume movement. Volume movement is in a part of the price action here with the SP. We'll talk about the SP also today. So the second one, 94610. So this is a race which is a maiden race, and we've raced here quite a few times. And what we have seen here at this track is it is difficult for the fillies to win. Why? Because they start with the difficulty, the class difficulty, right? So we've seen that. And 9 is the favorite, which is a filly from gate number 7. Does it have the chances to win? That's what the odds are saying, that they like this horse. But why that is happening is because of probably some kind of a jockey thing or something like that. These two are 6 and 16, 9 and 16 are again very identical horses. Very identical horses. It is exactly like what the 8 and 9 were. So 9 and 16 are very identical horses. They come from the same place. And that is that. They also have this, which is like that. Anyway, we'll not go there, but 9 will have difficulty. 9 will have difficulty. The chances are 4. That's the linear from gate number 2. 9. Really. There's no value. I have no numbers on these horses, so I don't know what can happen here. But if we look through this value, which is bringing us to this EW, which is from gate number 12, then we have this one, 3, which is again an EW. But if we stretch it to 1 point more and make that EW, that 5 from gate number 1 is another gilding. So we'll see how it works. The 9 is the favorite, and the difficulty is very high on 9. We'll see how that works. Six they're talking about, which is here. This is that's very wide. That gate is very wide, so I don't know if that'll work. Generally, it doesn't work here on the maiden races, but Hillside with the fillies is a very difficult place for the maiden races. For the maiden races. Let's see how it works. They're showing something else right now. Let them get back to. They're showing Balaklava, I think.
Leader, and I think
Second to left, pretty steady at the $5.50. Money coming, Reaper Jet, just having the second start open, $12 into $6.50. And then just also first up, Lady Lonsdale for the new stable, $7.50. And Jules, looking at the future with a couple of these contenders coming out of this race.
Futures in terms of big feature races, and it was in this race. But I love this race for the fact it's coming out of it. That's really solid form was. And as you look behind me, last but not least, that's racing, so we can see there that the favourite extending power. It comes off a Moe heavy track, so let's see if Mark wants to be in the practice or drive track, so positive. Lady Lonsdale was wrong with a big rating from England plus 8.5. Now that's off 175 days here. Changing camp, I want to see what the market does, especially in the last 12 minutes. It's going to be significant for a horse like Lady Lonsdale, whether it's today or maybe next start. Someone like Serenade Market, it's a good first half as well. They don't want to be big. This is just giving the run another stage. Again, it's sort of holding this price. But I think this is a race we can follow with confidence, not in big races, but for similar kinds of races that we've plenty of winners coming out of this.
This mounting yard is brought to you by Vobis Platinum. Find out more at vobisplatinum.com.au.
3-year-old man in the full race number 2. We've got 4 first starters. The first of those we're going to take a look at is this Son of Brutal for Clayton Douglas from Ross.
So we are, a newcomer to the scene, and look, I thought the jump outs were okay. Nothing wrong with that. A little bit
$70,000 yearling buy. He's quite a nice walker, this horse. I think he's got some scope to improve potentially over further as his career unfolds.
Another first starter, son of Stencil for the Price and Kent Junior team. The 3 Fostapian.
Yeah, and I didn't mind that last bit of work from the source as well. Gilbert Boston's one you mentioned, and it's a big price, $29, not a massive push. I think there'll be some improvement to come, but not today, but one to keep an eye on for later.
He's quite a nice style of horse. He may be better with this campaign under his belt when he can really strengthen probably in front of the saddle, but he's got a very strong hind quarter. Just off his parade, I don't think you'd have him $26. He's one of the better types in the yard.
Horse 4, Fasto Bullet, being pretty consistent in 2 runs.
Yeah, the pack was on side. Okay, last start, that was second to Rockdown Jules. That horse was the winner, went to another race, which was pretty well supported. So overall figures weren't too bad, but and maybe we'll go forward and take a bit of running down today. But I thought there's 1 or 2 others that might just improve that a little bit more. And was something to keep in mind, just the fact that a little bit of pattern on side last time out.
He's been very well prepared for this race. He's got some great muscle definition over his hind. I don't think they could have him much fitter. He could be a little bit more relaxed. He's just had a bounce a few times here in the yard. There's probably other horses that maybe are handling the occasion a little bit better.
Taking a look now at the 5, John English, fancy out of Galloper.
That is another one that I think we're happy to have a look at. No market support, and I really like the jump backs.
Yeah, it looks another one that's just going to take some good improvement from today's debut performance. Just having a bit of a sweat, so we'll just improve from today.
See the bunny coming for the 6, Regal Jet for Liam Howley.
There we have. Look, this horse ran well. First up 1100, it was a bit short, was out the back, got home really nicely, and attacked the line well. So benefited that experience, and now stepping to 1300 on a bigger track on the shops.
Yeah, he's just got a little bit worked up when the jockey's got aboard here, but he's a horse that I don't think Ryan is going to get over much further this distance range. We saw a pretty similar break from him first up at Tatura, so I think maybe with another campaign under his belt, he might not be as revvy.
Hasn't been too much market support for Liam Howley's second run at Invitay, but a nice pedigree at Autumn Summer Colt.
I didn't mind the recent trial either. I thought it was quite encouraging. Getting a big price. Autumn Sun's doing so helped by that sign. He might want more ground, but look, I think he showed enough in the recent bit of work to say he's coming on well in his preparation and one to keep an eye on.
Yeah, nice horse. I could agree with Hutch. He might be one to keep an eye on out over further. It looks as though he's strengthened up this campaign. He's got a good amount of leg underneath him. He could be a horse to really take note of in his next run.
He's the favourite and promising filly, the 9 Expanding Power. How much of a case can you make for her, Hutch?
Really good case. So hopefully she was excellent when second at Moe. She got back. She got put in behind them and really attacked the line well, weaving the passage from back of the field. Ray Williams jumps on board, gets put in the
Lee, welcome back, Lee. These are maidens, Lee. Very volatile. We'll just watch.
One of the better types here in the yard.
The 9 has difficulty. The 9 is a filly. Sandown Hillside doesn't like
but she's definitely one of the stronger types here in the yard.
fillies on a maiden race. But today, maybe we'll see how it works. It generally doesn't like the fillies.
A bit of quality there with her. Saw the form lines around her.
If you look back into all the races that we've done here, none of the fillies in a maiden race got a win. None. We have raced here back to back, maybe about 5-6 races in the last few months, all midweeks.
Further distance ranges, we're going to see the best of her. She's a big, strong girl. She handled it.
Fillies never
another
won
one to follow out of today's event.
Lucky Nine Dog teaming up with
in a maiden.
that he is, and definitely a nice ride too, because he went up Vanilla behind Chateau.
2 is getting tailed. 2 is not a concern. Well, that's 12.
Was very good against that key rival. We'll strip fitter and go well.
Yeah, one thing I did know, she's quite fit here in the yard today. She's got some good muscle definition if she's handling the occasion well.
a big price, so you excel.
Yeah, no, debut was just plain, so it wasn't really
yeah, she just got a bit worked up going out onto the track as well. So I think as time goes on, she'll probably just quiet down a little bit more, which she has to do.
15 Sunlit Serenade, last her race Group 2 level, that was back in March.
Yeah, I look, another horse that sort of worked pretty well there again, so might be able to put some improvement out there. Well beaten with BRC size, but the debut was sound, so behind Cloisters, and this is a nice prospect, another one by the Autumn Sun.
Yeah, she looks to have made some improvement this campaign, but I think she'll take some benefit from today's run.
And a final Galloper, filly upstage.
Yep, another one that ran pretty well on debut. She was third. She hit the line nicely enough, and there's a bit of progress to be made here. She's not the worst.
Could be my pick of the yard. I thought she was really relaxed here in the mounting yard today. She was very fit, nice mover, and has plenty of scope to come. So she's one I really like here at a bit of a price.
Let's do for race number 2 here. 3-year-olds. Who's going to look to break their maybe?
Yeah, it's a good little race. I think there's a couple of nice prospects in it. Look, I went Expanding Power, Festival will run well. Bucci's another horse that and Regal Gent, they've all shown a nice bit of potential early on. And look, I wouldn't be surprised if they won those.
Horse 16 on top for me here in Regal Upstage. I thought she looked really well here in the mounting yard. Just think the natural improvement she's taken from that first up run, how she was moving in her action, she was very sensible here today. So she goes on top, the horse number 16. No knocks in the 9, Expanding Power. I think she'll take some improvement from today's run, but the way she handled the occasion was quite well, and she's probably the best type here in the mounting yard. So no knocks on our favourite, but with the 16 upstage on top.
Expanding Power, the favourite, $4 on the drift, got out to as much as $4.20. Equal second on next, Fasto Bullet and Regal Gent, who's also from the Liam Howley team. He's got a two-pronged attack. We're hearing from Encore, the Tim Hughes train 14, so you excel has been a late scratching. But Nick, you're catching up with Liam. He's got Vin Batay and Regal Gent.
Yeah, he's got a couple runners in this race, Liam. The best of those two chances probably looks Regal Gent, who was pretty good on debut there at Tatura. Track that probably didn't really suit him. Yeah, I thought he was super. We had the right luck that day. It was more just timing. He was ready to go, and you would have seen the mounting yard. He's a bit full of himself at times, so I was keen to get him going, and tapped through the car park, but Billy rode him super, and just rode for a bit of luck, and he was very good late. Come through it well, so 1300 should suit. Big track is also to a lot. I thought he was probably even more relaxed today than what he was on debut. Yeah, he was very full of himself going into it. He sort of served it up to him in between runs, and he's better today, but still got a bit of improvement to come, so hopefully this will really bring him on. Where do you think he'll sort of end up in his career? Maybe a distance horse? No, I think he's probably more, seeing sort of this, particularly this time around as a 3-year-old, more as a miler. Got a really good turn of foot, so good set of lungs on him, but I think he's probably more that sort of sprinter miler type. And Vim Batay seems to maybe improve off the jump outs leading in. He's dropped out very well. Yeah, we didn't give him long off. I gave him one run now at Geelong with the back end of his 2-year-old year just to give him a look at the races, and I thought he was pretty good that day. He just sat out the back. He was never going to be a 1200 metre horse, but he hit the line good, came a little freshen up, and then just brought him along. And first jump out, he was quite big in condition. Second jump out, he was very good. So it's time to get him back to the races. Work's been good, so he'll sort of settle off him and hopefully be coming over nice and hard late. Best luck with the tour. So good, thank you. All right, race number 2 coming up here from Sandown. We'll head up to Matty Hill for the call.
Terrific, Nick, race 2. So just confirming that late scratching, the 14 came out, so you excel at 158 on bet, so crashed into the fencing here, leaving the mounting yard. Jet Stanley got the horse who was very pissed up over to the gates, but the bet wasn't having. So you excelled at a big price. Last time I looked, I think it was about 200 to 1. Now moving in, Phil Staffy and waits its turn. In fact, it's going to be one of the next ones to come along. It's Lady Lonsdale. $8 into 650 comes up. Upstage is the other one to move in. Combination, the hard-to-beat combination of Geordie Charles and Graham Bed with Upstage, Expanding Power in the hands of the Clark, of course, and also Vin Batay with Liam Howley with 2 in the race. Tarling Porter bringing us this second event on the program. A maiden is Expanding Power is about to come along. Craig Williams, double Group 1 winning jockey from Saturday. Expanding Power. Drifter in the market, takes a middle alley, and Vin Batay completes it. So we're down to 12 runners now, over 1,300. And away they go, and Miss Revealing was one of the better ones away with Faster Bullet towards the fence. Faster Bullet's going to lead a Bucci, Miss Revealing, Lady Lonsdale. Then came John in English. Felstaffian from out wide is improving in the blue jacket, followed by Expanding Power.
Then came out deeper on the track, Regal Gent. In that group of horses upstage, Sunlit Serenaders third last from Bon Eros. And at the tail, Bimbate. Off the back, Faster Bullet the leader. 3/4 of a length, Bell Stappian. They reach the 800 marker. Two further back in the field. Third the rails is Miss Revealing, followed by Abuchi getting a good run. A length and a half, John in English, and then came out deeper on the track, Regal Gent on the improve, upstage had its back, Lady Lonsdale the centre. Then came Expanding Power, Sunlit Serenade, Bon Eros and Bimbate is last of all. 500 metres to go. Faster Bullet in front, under a hold at the moment. Clicked up about a length in front. As they come down to the 400 metres, Miss Revealing's getting right up along the inside. Then came Abuchi, who's presented, and then fell Stappian, who whacks away. Faster Bullet, Miss Revealing, joined by Abuchi in the middle of the track. Abuchi goes to home for home, about 3/4 of a length in front. Miss Revealing's trying to pick up Abuchi. Abuchi is still holding on, though, and Abuchi won from Miss Revealing.
12-11.
Fell Stappian was next. They finished in a bunch. Then Regal Jet and Bon Eros did a bit late. Followed by Upstage, Bimbate and John in English, Expanding Power and Lady Lonsdale. Uchi at 9.50 and 2.90. Lockie Nigel had the right run, sent one out and one back if you like. Has had the race experience. At Chase Chateau is last started at Maiden and Vanilla. What a strong maiden that has turned out to be. A 1,212 metre 3-year-old filly maiden. Chateau has been placed in limited company of the Jim Maloney on Saturday and sat in the right spot from the draw. Uchi winning by 3/4 of a length. Miss Revealing wouldn't go away. That was a really nice debut. The filly by Swear out of Revelation, Bo Mertz, Greg Urell, and Faster Bullet after Singapore.
So what happened is they could not take, none of them could take the pressure. None of them. And the 12 was running neutral, no pressure at all. From gate number 4, just went through. The 11 was the EW, again with no pressure, went through. But the point here is this, that the 4 could not take the pressure. The 10 and the 9, they, with pressure, with that, not possible. So that did not happen. Neutral, no pressure. And this thing has been into one of the league races. Anyway, that happened. We'll go to the other one, the next. Seven has been scratched. One, 8, 10, 12. So, I mean, the odds are saying that there is no pace in this race. That's what they're saying. Okay. If we look at the odds, it's 1, 8, 10, and 12. So 1 is supposed to be somewhere in the middle. All right. 8 is the same thing, somewhere in the middle. Both of them are drifts. This is an EW, this is a drift. And this is, we know this is another. So they have taken all the slow horses, okay? The only fast moving horse that they have considered as the third position is the 10, which is the linear. But here, it doesn't fit the bill. What should happen? I mean, the odds are a little weird in this case. I don't know why, but what should happen is in 29 weeks, 24 weeks. They both have the vacation, they both have the job. Okay. So let's first understand what this linear is. The linear is good. Okay. The linear is good. But if we try and look at what it is, what's happening. So this is the one which is handicapped. If we mirror the pressure, it comes to 90. This is at 86. Okay, it's dropping. It's 38, 39. This is 38, 38, 39, 39, 38, 38. Both have 0, but there is a drop in the middle. Right. So though it is negligible, the pressure is higher on 9. And that's the highest handicapped. The lowest handicapped is 1. All right, the lowest handicap. This is the highest handicap. This is the lowest handicap, and that's where it is. And let's see how it works. It should be 9 and 1. Should be 9 and 1. This is 76. Or 10 and 1. It cannot be 8 and 1. It's either 9 and 1 or 10 and 1. And for what joy people think that this 9 is not going to act because it came in 9th last race. For some reason it came in 9th. Probably some problem with this horse. Some problem. It came in 9th. We'll take a look at that 9 at the paddock. We'll see what's going on with that horse. If it gets tailed, then we have a clarity on this. The 10. It should be either 10 and 1 or 9 and 1. It cannot be 8 and 1. That's one is in the middle somewhere. So let's say, even if we not talk about that, we'll see what happens. That 9 is a check. I like the 9 more than the 10, but it is between 9 and 10, then 1. It is between 9 and 10, and then 1. The 9 came in ninth last time. That's a problem. We'll see how that horse is behaving in the paddock. So the thing that I was trying to describe is it should be like this. Lowest, highest, then we look for other opportunity. Highest, but the highest has to be matched either with class or body weight and character. Alright? So here it fits the bill. It is the highest. That's the highest leverage. That's the lowest handicapping on this. That's the highest class. It's an EW. It is supposed to get in. It is supposed to get in. But without the pressure, winning has always been a difficulty. And class races. But we'll see how that works. the benchmark races. This thing is somewhere in between. The pressure has to work. If the pressure fails, then it is a bad proposition. If the pressure fails, why should the pressure fail? In that case, we are dealing with absolutely bad horses. That's what we're dealing with. So the 8 is a 12-1. This doesn't work. The 9 is the one with the pressure and the handicapping. This is on the higher side. Then if we come down, then definitely this they have taken, which is here. But this cannot be like this. Generally is not like this. We'll see.
Cocktail goes on, that's significant. 2 wins on that horse. You've got the fit horse, Martial Music. You'd think that's going to remain rock solid. It's got good enough numbers. But it's Majesticity, Actuality, Exuberance, Lunar Module. They're all first up as well. At some stage, the market's going to have to give one way or the other with all those first up horses. Wait till the death. Hopefully, it's our best friend.
This yard is brought to you by the 2025 Woodside Park Star roster, led by dual Group 1 winning 3-year-old Celestial Legend.
Well, you got me good there, Hutch. I'm beyond help. Thanks, Jules.
You need help, apparently. Jules goes whack.
Oh, Jules got back. I was a bit nasty to him, wasn't I? Well, you know what I need. I need help beyond help. Let's start with Martial Music. Race Fitness Edge has won with a big weight before, and they decided to claim again with Luke Cartwright.
Yeah, well, Luke was on last start. It was a brave effort, I thought, behind Trapeze Warrior. Like they knuckled down and lost that battle, Martial Music, but that form might be able to win here.
Very similar order to what we saw last start. He's very fit, this horse. He's got some good muscle definition and he's moving quite well. So all ticks for him today.
Whereas Abbott takes a 3 kilo claim on the 2, Midnight Devil.
Yeah, I did want to jump out leading in. And look, he's a talented horse. For whatever reason, he didn't seem to come up last preparation. So he hasn't run since back to the 7. There's obviously been some issues. I'll be keeping an eye on him because he's a horse that I think's got more races in him at this level.
Yeah, this is pretty typical of what we see from Midnight Devil. He gets himself a bit pumped up here in the mounting yard. He probably does have some fitness improvement to come, but in saying that, is only 1,000 metres, so it's probably not a huge worry. It's a very typical parade for what we see from him.
The 3 tumbling, Ethan Brown taking over riding duties.
Yeah, new stable. I thought the jump out was okay. Some horses got patches in this form that breed well enough to be competitive here. Getting $26. You need a real good push in the market. This is from a smaller stable, so you might not get that. But yeah, an interesting one all of a sudden.
He has the ability on his day, probably over further, and that's how he's probably presenting today. I think he'll just improve from today's run and probably peaking maybe 3rd up this campaign.
Another stable looking to claim with a weight of 61 kilos with Logan Bates on big ones.
Yeah, the last time he won was down the straight. I think that's where his better sort of performances have come really for some time. And he did run well on the lake side too, back behind Princess Q, but that was a very slowly run race. So I'm quite hard to have.
Well, he sucks me in more often than not. Big One Shot lost a lot of money over him on the time because of how well he usually parades. As a horse presents really well every start, and I think the team have done that pretty much the same as always today. So he needs to get another win on the board, but he always looks great.
Speaking of getting sucked in, I've been sucked in a couple of times with the 5 Lunar Module 2, and she has had a couple of wins.
Well, you want to win, you want to?
Oh, one at a time.
Oh, well, that's going to be second up here, I think she'll run well, actually. Benefit of that run under the belt. She was pretty good behind Jenny and Enoch's first up, and I've got her.
Yeah, she's in really good order here today. I like the way she's moving. She's got a nice little walk about her, really relaxed nature. I think she's taken some fitness improvement from that first up run, so I'm giving her a big tick today.
We've seen pocket size, and they're coming in now second up.
Just a run, I thought, first up behind Sunsetting. I wanted to see a little bit more, but maybe she needed it, so she was beaten 5 there. She's certainly going to need to improve off that if she's going to fit in.
She's very well named. She's only small in size, but that's okay with 1,000 metres. She's a horse that's moving quite well for her, and she's just a little bit buzzed up here in the yard, but that's pretty natural for her. So another horse that presents in this sort of typical order she always does here today.
A new favourite, Just Like Gabby, well bred. She's been a work in progress this mare, but she's got a bit of speed.
Yeah, she's very fast, and she showed that network leading in. I'm hoping they'll be positive out of the game. She could lead or settle handy either way, and we've seen her win over further, but I don't mind her over this distance range. She's slick, she's got upside, she's obviously very well bred, and I thought she was the one to beat.
She's probably the best type here in the mounting yard. She's quite eye-catching. She's very fresh today. She's just having a little bit of play with the bit there. She's been doing that for the majority of the yard. I do think she'll take some fitness improvement from the run, but it's probably not the thing that's going to get her beat today. She looks like she's returning to good order.
Exuberance. She's also been a bit of a work in progress. Hasn't been the easiest horse of the team, but can run well early in the prep.
It's very similar profile to Gabby's, a lightly raced, fast mare with good upside. She's performed well fresh without winning. Her work that ends been solid once again, and yeah, she's got a bright future. We don't know what her ceiling is, but if she brought her best, she'd be going very close to winning.
She can get herself quite stirred up in the mounting yard and can be quite towy. Until Blake Shincock thought, I thought she was actually presenting quite well for her. I thought she's come back more relaxed than last campaign. She just really pumped herself up since the Rhinos got aboard.
Another man who can fire early in a prep matches distance.
Very much.
It's a real mouthful that I'm not even going to go to number 10. Very consistent last prep. Jump out, leading in a bit.
It's in between somewhere. I don't know how the odds are off pace. The odds are not on pace. The odds are off pace. And it's 1,000 meters. Odds are favouring off pace. Without a pressure, there is no pace. Without a pace, 1,000 meter cannot survive. I don't know why the odds are like that.
Racing into order, but this is from mine a type of racing.
Yeah, she's coming in with a good base of fitness. She's been racing for most of the winter, and you can probably tell that relative to a few of the runners who are first up here today. That's going to be her big advantage, the fitness.
Because in actuality, first up, racing really competent.
Yeah, another lightly racing man with that upside. She's got form over a little bit further. I mean, last campaign, which was back in basically the autumn, she ran in the Kevin Hayes and the Asco. Didn't fare that well there, but I think she's better over a little bit further. I'd like to have work lead again, and she could sprint well fresh potentially. But there's been good support from the market.
There couldn't have really any knocks with her first up here. She looks like she's got a good base of fitness underneath her. She was nice and relaxed, so showing no signs of freshness.
And our last Galloper, the mare Passiono, comes out the same race that we saw Marshall Music in, but finished at the tail of the field.
Yeah, been a long way there, and really got into the race. The market got her right. She started 201, and she's a similar price today.
Yeah, she's one just at a long price. I think you're probably watching for another day.
Well, that's the field here for race number 3. 1,000 metre contest, wide open. Help me, touch, help the punters.
You'll be on help, Kate.
Oh, no.
Big toll. Just like Gabby from mine. Look, I thought this was a very hard race. I basically had nothing between Just Like Gabby, Exuberance, Manchester City, and Marshall Music. That's really sort of a $6 situation for me. So I couldn't give a massive push, but I do think Just Like Gabby's worth well. She's pretty talented.
8 is getting tailed.
I'm going to go with horse number 5 here in Lunar Module. I thought she looked great here today in the yard.
Ascot, welcome back. Sandown, bro. Sandown Hillside.
The other horse really caught my eye was the 10 Manchester City. I thought she looked 12 here first up, so she's probably another one that can run a big race here fresh. But horse number 5, Lunar Module, pick of the yard.
Late money going in the corner of Marshall Music. These two at the top, flipping around. As you can see, that favourite $10 and $4.50, Just Like Gabby. Also,
that was a maiden.
$80 actuality first up, $5.
That was a maiden lead. No pressure on that race.
Make sure you get involved with points.
There was no pressure on that race.
For Australian Eastern Standard Time, 2 till 5 p.m.
But if you like it, then you like it.
Let's head back on course, not far away from the third event. Nick, who are you chatting to?
We've got Glenn Beeson here for the Tiarco operation, and Mark Walker. And Ben, Exuberance goes around here first up, and looks as though she's come back better this campaign. Looks like she might put on a bit of size. Yeah, she has. She's finally matured into that bit, so we'll fill it with hope. She does a lot more right at home these days. She's had 2 jump outs now where she's travelled and settled, done everything right. Early days, she's a bit cantankerous and wanted to overdo things, so staff and jockeys and whatnot that really have done a fantastic job, and sort of honed in on keeping the sprint trips spread. I think she's probably going to be a horse best trained fresh over 1,000 metres. She's always thrown up really sharp, caught the eye, and then come to race day and sort of, like I say, a little punch at the end of her trip. So train her for 1,000 metres. She's had 3 jump outs, so she's certainly ready to go today. And she's going to get a lovely conservative run at behind speed.
Sensing a bit of confidence around her chances today then?
Yeah, I thought she opened favourite for a good reason. The market are looking elsewhere, but probably more so a second up record stands out.
10-8-1.
3 jump outs. So, yeah, today it's a new way of things for her, but yeah, we're very happy with where she's starting.
We've got 2 other runners today. Jealous, happy with her first run for the new stable.
That's a possibility, Ascot.
Yeah, she's come.
That's a very strong possibility.
She's had enough form, and we're hoping to give her a crack at reaching metro level in Melbourne for her good owner Mark Selby. So she's had 2 jump outs, a mile first up. We're still coming to learn things about her, but we're hoping she can run a big race fresh.
And Sky's sister, she looks a key chance later on the day.
The question is,
yeah, again,
between
we're learning more
10
about,
and 9.
We've had her 2 jump outs.
I see. It's very difficult to speak about the 9 because the 9 did not do anything good. But I'm going to watch this.
The best of the chances.
9 came in 9th last race, but
Yeah, I think she's definitely the best chance. Certainly over she can 3, and then
we'll see how it works, Lee. I like the 9, but the 9 is not there within the odds. But the question is still 9 or 8. The question is still 9 or 8. They both have jocks. They both have leverage. They both have
Simon didn't like the drift on Exuberance out to
jocks. Pressure.
Purposely Actuality here and also Martial Music. Now Actuality going in.
12 is the EW. It is somewhere in between. It is either 12 in between or 1 in between. So we'll see. I mean, let's see how it works. This one.
The final one forward. Statistical standing quietly. Tumbling standing well. Field locked away. Race 3 at the 1,000. If you go, gate scratching away, tumbling away fairly. Martial Music jumped well with Just Like Gabby towards the outside. Also, Majesticity is showing speed. Pocket Size and Midnight Devil almost 5 across the track. Actuality behind them with Lunar Modulus. Just Like Gabby was outsped the first 400 metres. 3 lengths Exuberance, Don't Rush It, Big Watch Tumbling, and 6 lengths Passiona. They charge around the corner of the 550. The insiders, Midnight Devil, Majesticity up the centre. Lunar Module gets a run up on the inside, then Pocket Size, Martial Music out wider. Exuberance runs up behind that leading wall. Actuality deeper, and then Just Like Gabby winding up. Lunar Module from Midnight Devil as they reach the 250. Martial Music is still coming on. Exuberance over on the far side, and Actuality's finishing hard. Actuality goes up to claim Martial Music. Just Like Gabby's the threat of the 50. It's Actuality with Just Like Gabby.
8.
Just Like Actuality, Don't Rush Her, Martial Music. Big Watch was next. Then came Exuberance, followed by Pocket Size, Majesticity tumbling towards the end. Lunar Module, Midnight Devil, and a long last Passiona. Just Like Gabby. Well supported and has stalled over the top of Actuality with Don't Rush Her getting up to 3rd. Just Like Gabby, number 8, Tommy Stockdale for Clear and Mar from the outside stall has absolutely savaged the line. Contested race
8, 12, 11. Then 1.
Last preparation. First ever race in Moonee Valley back
8, 12. 12 is in the between. 12, 11. Then what? That happened. The 8. Go to the next. Eleven, 10, 4, and 6. So this time um, the odds are right. This time the odds are right. Why? Because if we look here, then these are the lowest, but all went through negative. This is the lowest here. Okay, this is the lowest here. That's the pressure on this horse. That's okay. 11. This time the odds are right. This is 11. Then here, this is also right. The 4 is also right. 46. Okay. 11 with the pressure 41.92. Here, that was the highest that went through, which did not have pressure. The ones with the pressure just did not survive. They did not survive. And the 12 got in between. So that's the 12, which is the EW. 1 was overrated anyway. Here the 11 is okay. That's the pressure. 1600. From the larger side, if we take a look at 9 and 5, 9 doesn't have a jock, but let's see. 3 weeks ago, Sandown Hillside doesn't have a jock. 5. No, in that case, 4 is the other highest here with 846. That's good. That is good. This will 166. Then this is also the right thing. What can happen in between is the 12. So 12 is 9. It is not going through the right phase. 12 is not going through the right phase. Then it falls here, the 10 with the pressure which is they're talking about. Okay. Then probably that is also right. But 10 is not in a winning position, though it is a linear, it is not. The 2 is the same thing. 13 will not work. 11 is the favorite, which is that out here they are all negatives, so it is difficult to assume which one will do what, but they have 10 in the third position, which is okay. I mean, this is 46.8. The largest is here. That is like that. That 6-year-old mare. There's a fall, but the hand is very good. So 11, 66, no, it's 59. So if it doesn't go there, then it'll stop here probably. Then it'll probably stop here. That's the other one. This is from gate number 4, 6-year-old mare. The top is not there, but it's a class 36. Then it is 41, 73, 41, 53, 73, 41, 46. And here is a 6. Now what? 52, 7, 6-year-old mare. This one. 6. Okay, this one is also there. Yeah. This one is also there. 42, 57, 46. But this is on pressure. So is this one. Seven, 4, 6. It'll take a long time. Anyways, the 10 is not in a winning position. It's like negative 84. So the odds are right. The 11 is the right odd. This time is the right odd. The 4 is also right. Okay. The 4 is also right. The other things that are possible is this one is not in a position. There's something not right. 12 I checked. This one is also a drop in class, and it's a very, very bad drop in class. So these two EWs are not in a position to get in at this level. So it is here, unless that one, this thing is there, or the 5. Both of them are 6-year-old. One is 66, 63, 98. This is a better one actually. The 5. Leverage 38, 38, 77, 15 will not work. So where will it fall? It is going to fall here till here. Is it that? What will happen? Generally, this is it. Either this one or that one, because these two are not in a position. So out of these two, the 4 is the definite better one. So that's that. Then the advantage is definitely with 1, but it also has a jock. It also has a jock. This is 42, 36, 48, 53, 10, 66. But here the body weight will matter. So they have the 6, which is good. This is here. But the 1 still stays a check. It's a 6-year-old mare. That's the problem. And the other one, which is a check, is this 3. If it doesn't go to 10 for some reason, because it is very, very difficult. It's a linear. There is no problem. It's a linear, but that's a very strong thing. It generally, I checked with multiple. I mean, we've been measuring this for quite some time, and when it goes to negative, it is very difficult. It is very difficult. It has to be in the range of anywhere from 10 to 25%, which that 13 is, which is at 16%, but that is a drop in class. So this is not the thing. And then these two are, this one is a bad state. This one is a 3591. I don't know if that'll work, but that's there anyway. It's like that. So 11 is the right odd. Bottom line is this, that the 11 is the right odd. Will it win? That depends on how they handle and manage this. We'll see. Be back in a jiffy from the washroom. All right. Sorry about that. Tailed, but tailing is going to win. The 12 was getting tailed, but the 8 was also getting tailed. All right. The 8 was also getting tailed. Now, what happened? Basically, what happened here is this was 1,000 meter. The 10 and the 9, none of them got into the business. They did not get in. The 8 basically was a very high rated horse, and on top of that, it had absolutely no pressure on it. It got tailed. It's a 4-year-old mare. Generally, 4-year-old mares getting tailed is not that big a concern, but that is exactly what happened. Both the tailed horses, without any pressure, they got in. All right, but look at this thing. What happened in the first one also? If we take a look at the first one or the second one, the 12. All right, the second one, the 12 won. The 12 was getting tailed. Again, it is. It is not exactly the thing that can be relevant, but still, if we have to take a note, the thing is, the 12 did not have any pressure, though it had a class problem. Still, it had no pressure. Okay? From an inner gate at Sandown Hillside. It ran neutral, no pressure, and that's how it looked like. All right, so that's exactly what happened with the 12. Here, the 8 is a very similar condition. Why? Because there's no pressure on this horse. It got tailed, but it did not have any pressure, and that was one of the highest rated. So good job, Lee. That was a nice observation.
This is how we spring.
Race number 4 is for the Phillies and the Bears over the mile. Let's start with Fearless Rider, who got the best touch is good enough and a couple of key gear changes.
Yeah, that is true. And well, the formless preparation's been a little bit mixed. So it was a good run first up, but you're right. She probably had things to use next time out. Her form would improve, and maybe she can improve the couple of minor changes as you mentioned.
On race day, her coat's starting to come through this preparation. She looks well.
Taking a look now at the mare first, Taurus for Lindsay Smith, going chasing 3 wins in a row, stays at the mile.
Yes, and I thought this Galloper could run well. She's done a pretty good job from a handful of starts and back-to-back wins. She got a beautiful run of tracks with Jane Bottom and Saddle last time out, it has to be said. But she still won nicely, and I think she can go on with it. So I thought she was the odds early. Yeah, she wasn't too far away.
Just say, looking at her and sort of assessing her pedigree out of an O'Reilly mare, there's probably a good chance she gets out even further than this. She's quite a sensible horse. She moves very well. She's got a fair bit of scope. So I would imagine the best of her might come over further than 1,600 metres.
Time for the 3. Girls. Theo Rente mare first up.
That is, and we saw her compete over a lot further last campaign with member of different. She has got a great winning strike rate, but it'll improve when she gets over to the crowd. I think it's a nice prep run for her.
Yeah, and it sort of looks that way in the yard as well, just a bit of a prep run, but I think she has returned quite well. She's got a nice healthy coat, so she may be one to keep an eye on when she gets up in distance.
The Cody mare to 4, Jealous, into a new stable down from Queensland.
But it is, and another Galloper that's resuming and probably gets over more ground. I thought there was enough training in that last campaign to suggest that she'll run well, but with the perfect cup.
Yeah, I think she's got some improvement to come, but she's definitely fit enough to win off of a recent jump out. She's another one that's handled herself really well today, even though she is first up. She's showing no signs of freshness. She's moving quite well. One that's probably catching the eye right now.
Taking a look now at the 5, Steal the Sun for Liam Howley.
There we are, third run of the preparation, and yeah, Still the Sun is a gun that's got to improve, but there's been a little bit of progress first to second on this campaign. It's sort of half class drop for her today. More is required, at least in the race.
It's good to see the sun's come out for this race, and you can really tell with her coat is shining in this sun. She looks really well from that point of view. She's a horse that's moving nicely. She's got a good base of fitness there with a lot of recent racing, so a lot of ticks for her.
Mare Navy Hard on to firmer ground, and I love that you were just sitting back watching the Brownlow thinking of Mark Zara, as we heard from Jules before.
I did watch a lot of Brownlow. It's not my cup of thing, to be honest, coming for the last 10 minutes.
Coming from a West Coast supporter,
There's not much to support. Navy Heart might garner some support, however. A lightly raced mare that ran well at Bendigo. She'll strip a bit fitter. And I thought in restricted room she was pretty good first up.
Yeah, she may have even improved this campaign at assessing her. She's put on a sort of a bit across her back end. She seems to have really filled out there. She's got a nice strong hind quarter, really great nature, and another one that's just walking out quite well here today.
Great result earlier in the program when Lucy Yeomans was able to get the first win under her own name. Well, she's got another mare here in Stupendous who's getting a bit of market support.
And there were excuses at the Valley last start. The form prior went runner-up twice in Sandown Lakeside behind Sept and Moonlight Circus. That's good form. She could potentially try another winner.
Presents a very similar order to what we saw last start from her. She's got some great muscle definition over her hind. She's another one where her coat's probably really standing out in this yard. A very similar parade to what we saw from her last start where she ran well.
Another Fiorente mare, Gemi. She's quite dark in the coat, as we can see. She's not the biggest girl, but she's a genuine little bit.
Yeah, fought on well last time out on the synthetic. This is a harder race. It was a benchmark 58, so there's a lot more depth in this field. That said, she is an improving mare too.
Yeah, if you're just going to assess her purely from the mounting yard, you probably wouldn't have her at long odds. She looks really well here. She's got one of the better coats. She's moving really well, and she looks a horse that's going to be suited getting out of a distance just the way she moves. So maybe not 1,600, but 2,000 metres where we might see the real best of her.
Big D sticks with the 9, Basset Rose.
That he does. We didn't learn a lot first up, so amongst the horses. But one did win second up last time in, but that was also in a 58, so that's worth bearing in mind. Still learning where we're at with her, so I need to stare and hopefully she gets an opportunity. We'll get a better line on her afterwards.
She's never really been a horse that's a horse you give a big push to out of the parade. She does a lot of things wrong. She gets up and about. She has a bit of a sweat. But in terms of assessing her throughout her whole career, I think today's one of the better parades we've seen from her. She's probably more relaxed than usual. Her coat does have a little bit of cleaning up to do, but not too worried about that given the climate she's in there and packing them. So I would say a really good parade from her today.
We didn't see the 10, the Diva debuted a few weeks ago when she debuted as a 5-year-old. She's had a couple of nice results, so gets a chance in town.
Yeah, she's been racing well, Kate. She makes her own luck, except for those horses that like to back runners that can settle on speed. That's what you're going to get with her. But she do anything quickly, but if they can rate her well, then that'll give her a very good chance to continue her winning ways. She's certainly been very competitive in racing.
This is my first time assessing her, and she's another one that really catches the eye. She's a big, strong girl. She's got a nice drop line quarter. She's very relaxed here on race day, having her third start, so she's a mare that looks really well.
She's our race favourite, blinded by the light from the moody commentator Luke Nolan after the first up win, saying he's got a lot of time for this now.
Yeah, well, she was very impressive last night. She felt it and she was looking to measure up again.
Yeah, she looks like she's got a fair bit of scope. This filly, she's probably one of the better types here in the mountain yard. She's very sensible, handled the occasion beautifully, walking out quite well. You've had a good crack at her today, which is always the studio might have. You'd definitely be happy with the way she's presented. She looks great.
And with the 12, she nailed it. A late scratching on Bet's advice. We close out the yard with Mrs. Dawson.
That we do, and Mrs. Dawson is 201, and looks like she's got a bit of fun.
Yeah, maybe a bit of improvement to come with her, so maybe just happy to watch today.
Taking a look at this event, a couple of nice fillies and mares. Who's going to be able to come out on top?
Blinded by the light, I think Kate will be hard to beat. I thought I'd even be shorter than that, but she's really easy. So, and I thought she looked the main threat. Stupendous as racing. Well, had excuses last time out. Navy Hard, so did as well. And not a lot of racing room, but this race is all done.
They're going to go with the favourite on top as well in horse number 11, Blinded by the Light. When she looked in great order here today, Love Cash was moving in the yard, very sensible attitude. So she gets a lot of ticks. Tenor Diva really caught the eye as well. I thought it was a race where the mounting yard was maybe a little bit irrelevant. Most of these horses paraded really well. I'd be leaning on your form to probably find yourself the winner.
I like the 11, Lee. That's the right favourite.
Blinded by the Light. Favouritism, $2.15.
I like the 11. It's the right favourite. It is not like the previous ones. The previous ones, the favourite were, doubtful. But I like the 11. The previous ones, it's not like the previous ones. Someone is throwing hearts. Yeah, that's pick up the that's the right odd. See, the 10 is not. The 10 is under a lot of pressure. I don't know whether it will come on top 3. I don't know. But we'll figure it out today. I mean, it's a good horse. It's not that it is not bad. It's a good horse, but it looks difficult for the 10.
So she should be able to balance and have a bit more luck today. She's very unlucky last time.
She's always been a pretty high energy sort of filly that could do a few things wrong, but it seems like this campaign she's starting to work it all out.
Yep, maturing. That's definitely the case with her. She's still got a little bit warm.
The odds are right. Even the 4 is also right. Even the 4 is also right.
Hopefully it's all good signs and we see her.
Should be there.
I thought she was quite unlucky last start. She got held up quite a lot down the straight.
But it all boils down to the last minute where the management and the jockey decisions will matter.
So each way chance.
If they
number 6.
Look, if she's out of bets, she's more than capable of winning here. She's shown that before and ran very well, and she's showing those signs that she may be up to her best. So I think it's at the price she is, it's worth a little bit to find out.
And in the last, you got Saxon Spot for the Godolphin team, an impressive winner first up for your stable. How's he come through that?
Good. We've had to scratch from a couple of tricky barriers, so he's had a jump out. His month between runs slightly up in trip, but he's drawn well. There's a bit of speed around us, and he has normally put himself on speed, but might give us the opportunity just to sit off him, or he'll jump well and lead. But we'll leave that to when the game
The question is the third position. We'll see whether it is 6 or 3. Or is it the 10 that gets in between?
I think if Chewing Gum gets back
The question is the third position.
And looking forward to the weekend, is one really sticking out at the moment in terms of the acceptances?
Yeah, no, we've accepted with a lot, but
7, 11, 4.
looking forward to see his evaporate. I think a lot of punters will celebrate when they see that he must have come off. He's had a jump out. He had a little setback with a very minor virus. And
Ascot, this might not be the this might not be the scene. This might not be the race to do that. You had that opportunity in the previous one. If you had talked about that 8 a little more, it would have developed. But we did not speak.
Races upcoming here at Belmont Park. Today's midweek meeting. The weather has turned it on here in WA.
9 is getting
Here
tailed.
at Belmont Park. Scott, beautiful conditions for racing. What do you like today's car?
9 is not our concern at this point of time.
I think is a standout, but he's going to get nice and short. So in the end, I'll make the best lead tron in the last $4.20. It's a great price.
That's all coming up live and free on racing.com and Racing WATV. Tune in.
The first for Galloper, not far away.
But the 7 is there. I mean, the 7 is there, but winning is very difficult. Ascot, winning is difficult.
With the trainer Lucy Yeomans, who got the first winner early.
Winning is from that 11.
The first winner on the program, Enchanted Jenny. Can she make it a double? But
And generally doesn't work like what you're saying, but we'll see.
Up in grade,
Might,
crack at a Wednesday.
since the linears are out.
Rock solid at that 220 mark.
Since the linears are out,
Decent line of it. Race number 4 over the 1600s. As
We'll
first
see.
chorus, Stupendous and also Jealous. Of the final 3, Stupendous walking forwards. Stupendous to start.
which one is Jealous? I've heard that name,
The
Jealous.
second favourite here.
4.
Balking at the last moment, turning side onto the barriers. A Diva standing okay with Gossip. Not Stupendous, just a little bit reluctant. The attendants latch arms, and now jockey Luke Cartwright dismounts. The attendants who do a fantastic job day in, day out at every race course in Victoria are about to latch arms. Corral Stupendous into the stalls. Macedon Rose standing well. Bolt was second up Macedon Rose after a luckless first up tilt. Stupendous just about got her in by the look of it.
3 look like not in the business.
These barrier stalls. So Stupendous goes in. Luke Cartwright about to jump back up into the structure. It's Jealous is the next one forwards. And First Chorus, who is a $26 chance to complete the line. Race number 4. So, just the last one to go up to the outside. First Chorus had a couple of attempts, but just wants to back away at the last moment. Third time lucky. First Chorus is set to run.
Let's go, baby.
They already set to go. They're away. Jealous tried to anticipate the start, went back to second last. Beginning well was a Diva towards the inside with Gemme. They share the front from Blinded by the Light and Stupendous. So the 2 favourites are up there. Mrs. Gossip fifth the rails from Fearless Writer. They were followed by Jealous, First Chorus, Navy, Heart, Steal the Sun, Macedon Rose, and Girls, Girls, Girls at the tail. A Diva took it up with 1,200 metres to go by 3/4 of a length. Moving across on the outside, Gemme second, Stupendous with the box seat trail, and Blinded by the Light getting the gun run, 4th one off the fence, and about 3.5 off the lead. And they're 2 lengths Fearless Writer, followed by Mrs. Gossip, about 2 further back as Jealous, and then First Chorus, 2/3 down, 3 wide. Next Navy, Heart, Still the Sun, Girls, 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 and Macedon Rose is last. So it's a Diva
800 metres to go, leading out by a length and a quarter. Just clicked up along the side from Gemma second, Stupendous third. Then came Blinded by the Light, and then 2 lengths Fearless Writer. Next in the field, Mrs. Gossip, and then came around the outside, coming up to the turn, Jealous, and also in that group of horses, First Chorus. Well back in the field, Still the Sun, Navy Heart, Girls, 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 and Macedon Rose. As a Diva tried to slip them. 2 lengths Gemma down Corrigan Dip. 400 metres to go. Blinded by the Light, brought towards the middle. Fearless Riper is running on, followed by Stupendous. It's a Diva, 200 metres to go. Blinded by the Light's about a neck away. A Diva boxes on, joined by Blinded by the Light. Then Fearless Rider, First Chorus, Macedon Rose Lake. Blinded by the Light, just in front, and one. Just got to the front.
11.
Blinded by the Light from either First Chorus and a Diva. They were followed by, on the outside, Macedon Rose in a decision for 4. With Fearless Rider, and then came Stupendous and Jealous and Gemma and Navy Heart, followed by Mrs. Gossip, Steal the Sun, and at the tail of the field, Girls, Girls, Girls. Blinded by the Lights, number 11, Luke Nolan getting the best out of this mare, Peter Moody and Catherine Coleman, and has staved them off. Blinded by the Light. The Diva wouldn't give in on the inside under the urgings of Ethan Brown. And rocketing home was First Chorus for Logan Bates, but just goes under, and the favourite wins. Blinded by the Light. Number 11 for Rosemont Studs. And against the day here, 11 and a photo after race number 4. She had the right run. She effectively sat one out and yet one back, to use harness parlance, and has gained the day. And second is going to be a tricky one for the judge, because a Diva's hard up on the inside and First Chorus on the outside, with the body of the winner obscuring the nose of the horse on the rails. So that's a tricky one there. We'll leave that to the judge. 11 and a photo. 11 and a photo after race number 4. So she's progressing well. Win number 2 at start 4. Big comprehensive win at Bendigo on a heavy 9. Back on top of the ground today. And a beautiful ride by Luke Nolan.
So what happened is this. The 9 was here. So 11 did the job. Then the 2, you see that 2 getting in 10-2, all right? These 2, they actually got through. 2 and 9, they actually got through. So they were negative. They were not in a winning position today. That's for sure. But they actually got through. $196 to $47.92. So the 1600 played all pressure. Just that they could not handle that. And then came the 9, which was the lowest. This one did not work. The 9. So apart from the 13 was a drop in class. So this is here. Okay. But they were not in a winning position. So this is very tricky. When this happens, it becomes very tricky. We don't know which position they will get. It's bad. But this was looking good. And the 9 was on top here. I did not have any faith on that 9. The 4 just did not work. It went through the pressure line. We'll go to the next. But bottom line, 11 won. This was the first odd, which actually was the right odd. 5. 8 has been scratched. Five, 4, 7, 9. 5, 4, 7, 9. And so the thing is, again, this is the EW, which is supposed to be in between. So why we have the cap is because to get a better view, we generally do what? We generally look through the rails. So we see that the 5 is on top, right? So it has the rails. That's what we think of, right? That's what we talk about, that it has the rails. So the 5 has the rails. And then we know the linears and the second linears and all that we speak of. So 1800 meter up till 2000 meters, it is the linears who will win. So that makes 9. This is somewhere in between, all right? So this is some, if it actually gets in, then it is somewhere in between. It is basically the linear which is going to work, and shouldn't lose. So that's that. Now these two are okay. 5, 9. 9 is the fourth, man. They have talked about fourth. Why? Came in third. Is something not right with the odds? Anyway, but that 9 is the linear. Then it is like that. This is very difficult. This is difficult. These two are okay. Okay. 4, why? Because it's a 0, 0. Stop that. Now the 9 is after 2 weeks Bendigo. Does it have a jock? It doesn't. That's a problem. We'll see. 2 weeks 4. So 66, 9. What's in between? This one is difficult. That's okay. If we fall down with advantage, then we get 11, which is also the same thing. Then it is here, this neutral, which is a 008.6 as a job. So again, the odds are right. Right as in like the order is not right. The 5 cannot be the favorite because that's in middle somewhere. How would that work? Is I understand any one of these guys getting an advantage, that's a separate thing, and they failing with the pressure, that's a separate thing. But that is in between. Okay, that is in between. This cannot get in as a win, though it is 0-0, but it is here 175, so this is a lighter weight. And then we have the 9. So yes, the odds are right, but 9 should win. The odds are right. I mean, the 4 horses which are there within the odds are right, but the order is kind of a little difficult to believe what will happen. So this is again the same. I mean, it generally works. Okay, it generally works as in like it within this. This is a very low thing, and we saw this worked here. They went through with the pressure. They could not win. That's the problem. But the odds were right on 11 with a 92, which was here. Okay. These two, they got through. Then they did not work. Here, it's how is the 9 not going to win? 66, 42, 41, 43. That is a pressure. This is an 8-year-old gilding. Will not talk. Has advantage. Then we have this, which is at 10, 20, 37, 47, 47, 10, 1. Okay. This is given to an 8-year-old gilding again. That is bad. Is the highest, but four, 10, 37, 1, 5. This is 2, 9. 6, 37. Maybe all those things can happen, but here the thing is, the 5 is the favorite. 5 is the one which is like that. This thing generally they will get a place that we've been doing this for quite some time, so it's not difficult to understand who they are. We do this character analysis every day, so anything on red and pink, these are EWs, can get in between. It is just that what will matter are 2 things. One is the body weight and the other one is the class. So here the body weight is also there, the class is also there. It's a 0-0. So, but it is an EW. So that's somewhere in between. It generally doesn't win. So generally, as in like 90% of the time, they don't win unless it is an absolutely disastrous kind of a thing. So this is the right, again, 90. This is 110. So nothing can work. 31, 37, 47. This is good. The only problem with the 9 is this, that this guy is after 2 weeks from Bendigo, and it is not much. It is not that it is a huge leverage. It is below 12%. So it's not a difficult task for a 9% leverage. I don't will figure out. I don't think you need a jock for this. It's only when it goes beyond 14-15%, that's when you, I mean, 14% leverage, you need a jock and a vacation. Anything above 14%, but 9% I don't think you do. But we'll see how that works. I mean, I like the 9. The 9 is the lenient. Nothing not to like about it. It's in a safe zone. Did not go on negative. The difference is there, but this is an EW. This is a linear. The pressure is on. This is without the physics. That's the first thing. Secondly, it is like that. So this one is an 8-year-old. The 14 is skate number 9, but difficulty. This one is skate number 3 with advantage. This one has more advantage, but an 8-year-old. They're talking about the so the difference here is this is a better class, this is not, but it has a higher body weight and this has a lower body weight. The bigger the number, the body weight is lower. The smaller the number, the body weight is higher. So this one is a smaller, this one is a lighter body weight on this horse. The 6 is slightly higher. That's also something that is possible, but bottom line is those are not within the odds. 7, I don't know how. Well, maybe we'll get in. There's a huge pressure on this horse, so they will get in. There is no problem. The question is here. Okay. We'll see how it works. The 9 is there in the game, probably.
And he rolled to the front effortlessly. No point sitting there and just letting it have a wrestling match. So he's taking control of matters now. Rubicino leads the way from the great Nobila.
Consistency's good at that vision though for the overall Belmont. Time to turn our attention though for a market for the fit at Sandown, shining new deal up on top of the market. $4.40 into $3.20. The Waterhouse and Top Team 11 into 5, and then Leon Boy at $6.50. Let's go for a speed map with the Foxcatch. St. Jules, how do you have a look?
It's interesting here, Kate, because I think the market's sort of telling us that this might be a slowly run race here, actually. Reason being, mixing 20s has been $12 into $5. I think it ended up finding the front. Johnny New Deal's the other one that's been supported, so $4.40 into $3.10. What's got a decision to make here for the wide gate? Because Perfect 10's been a big drifter, so maybe Perfect 10's going to come back. And is there a spot for Shiny New Deal to sit outside Richie 20s? If there is, and you think that's a positive inflation can get there, he'd find us how it could support.
I'm going to be back in a jiffy from the washroom.
Yeah, look, Saxon is going to go forward. I actually, when I did the map here, I thought there was pretty good speed in the race. I'm surprised they're sort of spanking a couple. I think it's a tricky map. But you got the right man on board to try and find a spot.
This is the thing, so it is really tricky because you just think Blake must think I'm going to have to roll forward and be aggressive. We saw it with Luke Nolan and he ended up in play one. I think Blake probably has to try and do the same. I just think if they end up going all the way back, which is probably what you're going to have to do from gate 12, I don't think he'll win from there. I just don't think he can. The market's saying that he's going to roll forward. So it's going to be fascinating to see how this market evolves, but the map evolves because the market's telling us a few things about certain horses, Richie 20s in particular, and Shiny New Deal.
Let's take a look at the map.
This mountain yard is brought to you by the Racing.com app. Now with national form, racing form for every state, every day. Download wherever you get your apps.
First look at the quantity at Sandown, and we're going to start with the import move on as finally acclimatised now first up.
Yeah, well, look, acclimatised pretty well last prep. He got away with that when at the end of the preparation. But look, the first up over 1,800 won't be easy.
Yeah, I'd say he's probably not that far away from a fitness point of view. Would expect him to take some improvement from this run, but looking at him, I thought he might probably improve more than what he's going to. So I'd give him a bit of a push in terms of his fitness first up. He might run a cheeky race.
Texas T, second up the 2.
Bit of a plain run, Kate. First up from this source, I wanted to see a little bit more because some of the better form from him going back has been stout. Hasn't won in over 1,100 days. I don't like that. But second up, will strip fitter and up and distance will help.
Yeah, I think they're just building him along slowly. I've probably definitely seen him fitter than what he is today, and probably more relaxed as well. So just the more racing he does, the better off he'll be.
Well, 3, Dashwood is back on.
Needs to improve, but maybe the gear change can help. And we just showed that map. He should be right, just parked in behind a couple of the key players. But he does need to improve on his racing form, that's for sure.
Yeah, I think you'd struggle to find a fitter horse than him today. He's got some big muscle definition over his hind. He's not carrying any extra condition. Blinkers back on. It seems a bit of D-Day for him today.
Ritzy 20 is expecting he'll probably be fitter second up.
Yeah, he will be. And like he's usually a horse that settles on speed. He's only 13th career start today, second up the trip. going to be much more of a player as a consequence.
Nice and relaxed here in the mounting yard today. He's got a nice healthy coat. He's moving quite well. As Hutch said, the market support says he's going to run a big race. So I wonder if he'll just take a little bit more improvement out of today's run and maybe peaking third or fourth up.
Time for the race favourite, Shining New Deal.
Yeah, I think this horse sort of looks as though it could be his race today. He's racing in good form. He will need some luck, but the market's likely to last few days. The good thing about his run last time at the Hillside behind Flying Valley is he had to make an early move in the race, and it really wasn't suited for him. So I think with a more, I suppose, even run through the race, he can improve a lot.
It's probably one of the better parades I've seen from him. He's a horse that can get quite chowy on race day, but he's been quite relaxed today. He's super fit. He's moving well. As I said, probably one of the better parades from him.
Ben Allen continuing an association with Sidon.
He does. Also, it's very consistent. Did win one a few runs back on a soft track and wasn't too far away behind Extra Rush last time. He's a horse that will get back and maybe sort of on a spot for the race.
No knocks from the yard. He's moving very well. He's fit and he's got a nice healthy coat for this.
Getting back.
That it is an improving type, so it's a really interesting runner, but the first time run at Bendigo was a little bit disappointing. It could be an improver, I think, with that run. It was also a heavy 9 track, so just forget that. And if you go more off good form from last preparation, you can be highly competitive here.
He's quite a big horse, carries a bit of condition, so I think getting back onto a good ground for him is a big positive. Sometimes those horses don't handle the wet ground, so good tracker tick. He's moving very well, very similar parade from what we saw from him when he won a Caulfield last campaign.
Another of the 3 stablemates for the pricing connection in the stable. Bowman's rides as fine as our am. Just with the thing on screen too. Protest coming out of the most recent event, Galloper.
Yeah, look, I like things overall. I mean, this is probably a touch harder for him. A little bit great, but he's another one that could probably find a reasonably good position from there. So if he brought his better form of late, it's an improving horse. He should be somewhat competitive.
Yeah, he looks well in the yard. He's been well presented. He's a horse who just gets himself really worked up pre-race. He does have a bit of a sweat, and today he was pretty fired up as well. So that seems like his usual antics, but he does look very well within himself.
Jockey Tom Madden replaces Jamie Mott on Shipsy.
We'll get back, and I don't have to the barrier that be conservative. And yeah, he's a horse that he's pretty consistent, but I just preferred others today. That his big price is 66 to 1, so. It's not like I'm telling us anything they don't know. He could fill a minor spot if the race was.
I thought Tom Madden back on's a bit positive for that horse. He's got a lot out of that horse previously, so that may be something to take note of as a price. He looks like typical Schultz. He always looks really well.
Another Galloper at Long Odds, Dazzling Sky.
Yeah, next to don't like the rest of the form. Dazzling Sky isn't that easy to make a case for 100 to 1.
Probably had a little bit of a query stepping up in distance range, but looking at him and assessing him as a type, it may be suited for him later into his career now. He was very relaxed here today.
Saxon Beauty, she was part of that team that got the 4 wins up in Mildura for Shawnee Mouthfrick, looking for back-to-back victories.
Yeah, I think this is way over the odds. It's $41. Horse that can potentially go for it. I know it's a harder race, but on the clock hasn't been that bad on some stuff I've been looking at. I think could be an improver. So yeah, if you're looking for the run over the race, it might well be her.
I couldn't disagree with that. In terms of from a yard point of view, you probably wouldn't have her $31. She's one of the fitter horses here in the race and did handle herself quite nicely.
So close up the yard with the 14 Perfect 10. Gets Craig Williams back on. What Perfect 10 are we going to get today?
Good question, because the better Perfect 10 should be very, very competitive, and she probably had excuses on Lakeside last time out. But back in trip's interesting. I'm not sure what her optimum distance is at this point in time, but yeah, if she could find the form that saw her win at Geelong, she could easily win this race. But the market's not really that in love with her, are they? Out to $11.
She came into the yard and she was a little bit revved up, but the longer they paraded, the better she got. She was moving very well, so another difficult pursuit.
Taking a look, first leg of the quaddy, how are we going to put it off?
Well, I think Shiny New Deal's got a very good chance. And, I don't know if I want to take $2.80. In fact, I know I wouldn't want to take $2.80 now. The work race I had a lot of confidence in, but I am tempted with Saxon to have something smaller than $41. Perfect 10. Texas team is going to need to improve.
5 is getting tailed, but 5 is with relaxation.
Shiny New Deal.
However, it is a 5-year-old gelding.
D8 force number 5, Shiny Deal, probably one of the better parades we've seen from him. He seemed more relaxed today than on other occasions. It may just be the campaign we start to see the best of him. So he goes on time. What was a very even race, to be completely honest. I thought the horse number 3, Dashwood, looked really well. He might be able to run a race for a bit of a price, but Shiny New Deal did that one. He's on top here, horse number 5.
Shiny New Deal, he's the $2.85 favourite for the first leg of the quarter. Ritzy 20 is pretty steady at the $4.50 after some earlier support there. Leon Croy, New Zealand import, $6.50 in his finest hour, rounds it out in single figures at $8. And if you're liking what you've seen so far today from the Foxcatcher guys, give us a lot of great information. Make sure that you get on the social media apps, follow them as well, get all that key information. It's not the same takes that you get. Strong takes you get, and you get that cutting edge form, and of course, all the insights from Jules, Patchy, and Nick Ash. Get onto the Foxcatcher apps. Let's head out. Michael Kent Jr. with the price saver as well. They got 3-pronged attack on this first leg of the quaddie. Let's hear from them.
Junior will start with horse number 1, move on in. He looks pretty forward for a first up attempt today. He's going to take some improvement. He looked well.
Yeah, lovely horse, going well, stay up, and wants further.
But his finest down. He's a little bit revved up in the up. That seems to be him. There's a lot of talent there, but he can really unlock it with him, I imagine.
That's his normal self. He's the fittest of the trio. He looks very good with the coat. He'll roll forward. He's probably the pick of our 3.
Leon Clark maybe just keeps improving up in distance this campaign.
Exactly. He's second up on the long break. He looks a bit back with the coat. He's a quality horse, that could be wrong. And he's drawn to get a nice run with good jockey on. Wouldn't surprise, but he's got heaps to come.
So his finest hour in terms of your chances here today.
I'd say so, but it's a horse race. So we'll see how we go.
About Charmstone on Sunday. Quick word.
Friday night, sorry. Going super. She's as good as we can have her for a first up run. Drawn 2, so going to be a bit of a traffic game. Not a lot of pace on paper, but very happy with it.
All the best with her and the 3 here. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Interesting one is coming up here, race number 5 from Sandown. Let's head up to Matty Hill.
5th race. Okay, Nick, thank you. So this kicks off the quaddies for Sandown today, and 3 open races throughout the back half of the program. Shiny New Deal, who is drawn awkwardly here, about to load up, but on form is ready to win. His finest hour comes up, $8 into
Tail to win.
Shiny New Deal with Blake Shin, who's already written the winner.
Yeah, it has a lot of advantage, but it's a 5-year-old gelding. We'll see what happens.
Set to go, and away they go. And missing the start from the inside draw was Leon Qua, missed it by 3 lengths. Beginning well, Shiny New Deal on the outer, with also Ritzy 20s. They share it. From behind them, Saxon Beauty, his finest hour. 2 lengths, Dashwood, Dazzling Sky, Maxi Bond, Wellback, Schultzy, White, improving from Perfect 10. Then can Texas T move on in, and Leon Qua last. Shiny New Deal, using plenty of the track. It would be skirting about 6 or 7 horses off the inside running rail at the moment, but eventually will take it up clearly by a good 2 lengths. Second is Ritzy 20s, and they're 4 lengths in front of Saxon Beauty, his finest hour.
That's a very bad thing that is happening at this moment of time. It's 1800 meters. They're raving that horse very badly. It's a very bad management. It shouldn't have raved it like that.
Shiny New Deal in a rhythm, about 2.5 to 3 lengths in front of Ritzy 20s. 2 lengths his finest hour. Perfect 10 was pulling, so is going to be let slide around the outside 3 deep, and Saxon Beauty boots up underneath a bit. A length and a half away then to Dashwood, Schultz, then Wellback, Maxi Bond, Dazzling Sky, move on in, Texas T, Leon far last. Around the turn, Shiny New Deal has dictated 500 metres to go under a hold. By over a length his finest hour, Saxon Beauty and Ritzy 20s. Texas T making up round the rails, Perfect 10 up the outside. Followed by Dashwood, Schultzy and Maxi Bond from a mile back. Shiny New Deal went behind though at the 200 metres. Hands and Heels is 3 lengths in front. Obviously, Beauty, his finest down Texas T, but it's all Shiny New Deal. It's going to get it done today. Hands and Heels are soft. 2 1/4 seconds.
Five.
Then came Maxi Bond, his finest hour. Again, move on in. Leon Clark doing a bit through the line from Schultzy.
5:13.
Well back in the field, Dazzling Sky, and a long last was Ritzy 20s. Well, that was simple for Shiny New Deal. Just kept running. Beautiful ride by Blake Shin. Didn't panic from that outside alley. Just used plenty of the track to steadily work it from and just get this horse into a happy rhythm. And it really looked to be enjoying itself out near the front of the field and never, ever looked like being beaten. Has walked in. Shiny New Deal, Gavin Bedgoods, continuing his excellent run, and Blake Shin with his excellent form with multiple winners on the program, scoring earlier on with Enchanted Jenny in race number 1 today. Shiny New Deal, number 5, pretty uncomplicated if you back the favourite. It's trotted him at a price of $2.30 at 120.
5.13, 2 and what?
At $6, and Texas Tea third at $7.40.
Both of them were the EWs.
2 on the 50 minutes with Saxon Beauty, Liam Reardon for Sean Maverick, Texas Tea, Owen Walsh for Kieran Barr by 13 and 2, but no match for Shining New Deal, who has really put a gap in them. Number 9, his finest hour, finishes 4th. 6, Maxi Bond has finished
9.
That clocked 150.93 for 1,800 metres, 150.93. First running under these conditions and distance. A couple of horses.
So what happened is 5.13, 2 and 9. 5 was an EW. 13 was an EW. 2 was an EW. The drift with advantage. And then the 9. No pace today. No pace. No pace. They don't have the horses to go with pace today. They don't have the horses to go with pace today. 5, then 13. Jesus. Anyway, we'll go to the next. 6. One, 2, 11 and 12 all scratched. 1, 2, 11 and 12. 16, 8, 4 and 10. This is okay. 8.9. Anywhere between 11 to, I mean, 10 to 20% is okay, but it is still not a clear go. It's not a clear go. So this was 1800 meter. We had a 1300 meter, which was a maiden. That was a maiden. Difficult. Difficult. One point five. So basically, I don't. It's a 1300 meter again. Pace should work, and if the pace doesn't work, I don't know what will work. I mean, they've taken the linear, but the linear is going negative. Ideally, that's the pace. So that's that. Now, the odds are 16, 8, and 4. 16, 8. But the 19 is there. See that? The 19 is there. So, zero, 11, 19. So here, the 7 had the pressure, but did not have the physics to win, right? That's that part of the story. The 5 had a lot of advantage as a one of the top horses with a lot of advantage. And today, this is playing a little differently because the pace is not working. It is all the horses with advantage that are getting into places. So I don't know if the 16 is going to win. It has the arrangement, it's got the physics, it's got everything, but still it's questionable, and I don't know whether that'll work. The best thing here out of everything that is happening here is this 49, which is here, which is there in the second position. I don't know whether it is going to be 4 or 16. 4 is very far. It is from gate number 16. Has the right arrangement, but the 16 is from gate number 10, but going on negative. So I don't know if any of those will work. That's gate number 16. Either 4 is from gate number 16, and this is gate number 10. Though it is the linear, it's going on negative, plus it is not looking great today with the pace. I don't know whether that'll work. So this is a 49, which is here in the right arrangement. So that is a neutral. It is going to run. This is not going to be winning. The 10 is not a win horse. All right. This one is not going to be winning. Generally, it doesn't happen like that. It doesn't work like that it wins. Today, it is an exceptional day. We can see the pace is not working. For some reason, the pace is not working. Maybe the ground reading is soft 5. That's why the pace is not working. So it's uphill. Then it is wet. Maybe that's why the pace is not working. So whatever the reason, bottom line is pace is not working. So on top of that, these two horses which are on pace, the first and the second linear, kind of, this one is from gate number 16, this is gate number 10, right? We've got the arrangement on both, all right? They have the right pressure. Everything is good. But both of them are tricky. The 4 is gate number 16. This is gate number 10, but negative. This one probably, the 10 is in between somewhere. This is, I don't know. That is also from gate number 11. If that works, I mean, generally, I would have gone with this if it was playing all right, but it is not playing all right. I mean, 16, 19 could have been a queen in a general scenario, but today it is not happening. Probably because of the ground reading, which is soft 5. So this one, the 10, probably is in between. All right. This is something that from gate number 1, it is somewhere in between. I don't know about these two. Very tricky. Very, very tricky. This one is 16, 10. It's like that. This one doesn't have a jog. This one has a jog. Going on negative. Will it win? I don't know. And that's that. 42, 41, 0, 7, 5, 41, 42. God knows what will happen. The 16 is the favorite. They're talking about this one. I don't know whether that'll work. I don't know whether that'll work. And they're like that, 52% bleeding. They're a good hand, but like that, the 16. It's either that or this. It's going to be a mess out of this. How will that work? I don't know. This is like that. 11, 16, 10. 10 is there. It's got the rails and it's like that. 49. So it's there in between. But what else is there is very difficult. If both of them fails, then what happens? Then a 41 here with zero pressure. Right. But that doesn't make sense anyway. Five, 16, 13, 11. Then this will get in the 9, 16. Don't know. Let's see how it works. Araman! Jogging, everyone, and you're winning.
Craig Williams, we get another group four in a couple of weeks. Very interesting. Let's turn our attention though to race number 6, second leg of the quaddy for a market with points. But here, Blue Hawaiian, such a consistent mare, but mostly the bridesmaid has been able to get a couple of wins. And that was when Ben Mallon was on board. $2.30 favourite. Perfect second leg at the $5. Money coming for chewing gum. We had a nice push from Ben Hayes earlier in the program. $7. Let's head to the yard.
This Virgin Yard is brought to you by the 2025 Woodside Park Stud roster by dual Group 1 winning 3-year-old Celestial Legend.
Now the race for the fillies and the mares, benchmark 66, 3-year-old and older. Let's start our yard coverage with the 5, Blithering, racing for John Pascoe. Gets the near side bubble checker coming on.
Can pop up from time to time, this sort, but generally gets back in the run. And I think she's capable in the right kind of setup, but I don't think it'll be today, Kate. And she's another one that can mix it for as well.
She's a man that gets herself quite worked up in the mounting yard, and I think throughout her whole career, the way she's paraded, it's never really translated to the way she's raced. So she does look quite fit here today, but she's very tight.
It's a 7-year-old mare.
Double figure odds, but looking to make it 3 wins from 4 this preparation.
Yeah, I didn't mind the winner, Seymour. Sat back, round them up. I didn't want by half a length. Like, this is a harder race, there's no question about that. And then Barrier probably forces their hand in terms of the map today when they'll have to go back. But that's still an improving Galloper all the same.
Yeah, she's one that does look to be improving this campaign, and I thought she's moving quite well here in the mounting yard, so could definitely give her a push.
And this last start winner, isn't that ironic?
Isn't that ironic? Was a good winner at Manila, as she sort of fired. She's going to need to improve, but it's only a 7th for a start. She's 125 to 1, so look, she does need to look a lot of what she's done so far. I won't recommend her, but she's nice.
She probably doesn't have the size and strength of a few of the other mares contested in the race here. She is nice and fit and nice and bright here in the mounting yard, but probably doesn't have the same size as a few others.
Yeah, perfect. Is she in your calculations, up?
Definitely. Yeah, she certainly is. She's got a great chance in this race. She's third run of the preparation. I thought their excuses seemed more than nullify behind the was very good.
Nice and bright here in the mounting yard. She's taken some good improvement from that first up run. She's a mare that's moving quite well. I've had a queries on that with her before, but I think today she is walking out quite nicely.
It's his time, the 9, making the trip from Waterfall.
That it is, and his time as a Galloper that's been very consistent and price about a horse that probably strikes a slightly tougher race. I've got it marked a little shorter, but it's still run well.
Yeah, only having her first few runs for the Shane Jackson stable, and she does look to be handling things quite well down there at Warrnambool. She's got some good muscle definition over her hind, and she's a man that's quite relaxed here today.
Ben Hayes gave a nice push earlier, but chewing gum against the services of Ethan Brown back on.
That he does. I think this horse is right in the game as well. I didn't mind the run at Mornington. I don't think it's going to be I think it's almost that will be far better suited.
Away from a fitness point of view, I think she'll take some natural improvement from today's run, but if you're looking to back her, I don't think you'd be too put off by what she's done in the yard today.
15 Tornell, placed past 5.
Very consistent. She's becoming a bit of a chaser, isn't she? So that's how her connection. She can launch another win because she's had the racing very good one.
Probably one of the better parades I've seen from her. She was nice and relaxed today. She's just having a bit of a bounce as she goes out onto the track, but she's got a real sort of fitness edge on a few of her rivals here, which should take her a long way.
Our favourite Blue Hawaiian, nice mare, got a win 2 back when Van Mallon was on. He's back on board, and he did say, though, she can be her worst enemy.
Yeah, okay. Well, look, she's going to be the friend of the punters at this point in time, and we'll see if she can win. She certainly will be their bestie, but I think she's short enough, really, but very consistent form on the board. She is the obvious, and she is the most.
Ben just taking her down to the start nice and quietly with her, and I think that's how they sort of handled this parade as well. She was just looking to stay nice and relaxed here in the yard, moving very well. So another one with a few positives.
Maybe Hazel now, third up.
That she is, and she's got a little bit to find on the other 2 runs, Kate, so I could have her off probably in the market.
She's had a bit of a kick out as she was leaving the yard, so she's obviously feeling very good. She is very fit, but probably does need to improve on some recent months.
Smart Deal also third up.
That it is, and I think 2 months back have been barely a pass mark, and this is the harder race.
I wouldn't be surprised off the yard if she did improve here today. She did look quite well, and she's probably taken some good fitness improvement from a heavy track run last time.
And final Galloper, we're going to take a look at Miss Winslet. Link is on again.
That she does have, and fresh up, she's a Galloper that has won, but that's going back some time that might have been made, but now we're looking elsewhere.
Yeah, probably similar to Hutch, probably looking elsewhere. Just thought she'd take some improvement from this run first up.
Fillies and mares, well, you saw the first leg of the body spot on with the Quinella Hutch. How are you seeing this one unfold?
I'm betting around Blue Hawaii. I think that horse is a bit short for now. I think Sky Sister might have a bit of a fitness issue. The market's applying there in. She's going to run. I think perfect food the pitcher could certainly win it. Blue Hawaii. But, of course, Chewing Gum in there as well. But so 14, 8, 16 and 10.
I'm going to go with the 15 as the pick of the yard in Tornell. She needs another win, but she's racing in very consistent form. I think she might have a bit of a fitness edge in a few of her rivals here.
given she's deep into the campaign. She got a great poke, great muscle definition. She couldn't look any better here today. Thought the 5 perfect picture improved a little bit from her last start run. She looks like she's going to run a big race here today, and no knocks on the 10 Chewing Gum. But 15 Tornell, the pick of the yard.
Very consistent there. Blue Hawaiian holding favourites is in $2.20 ahead of Picture Perfect at $5. Chewing Gum opened $11. Boom into $6.50. Tornell, very consistent. Just hasn't been able to get a recent win at the $11. And then Hutch's Top Selection, Sky Sister at the double figure quote of $12. That's the market there for race number 6. Second leg of the quaddie there is taking a look here at a really competitive event. A couple as well, Hutch, that can you trust them going in? I've fallen into Blue Hawaiian a few times.
So they haven't got the win?
Well, yeah.
Adamant
I think I see how
7-9.
much I've been betting at the moment. I've fallen in a few times and I think I got on the win, but not enough.
Good to see.
Always though we heard. Yeah, it gets a bit upsetting when I cuss. He got asked actually, someone said, what's her worst habit? He said, it doesn't always pass on teeth, but, gosh, it could be a bit worse, wouldn't it be?
That's all right.
What do you think you get? What's your worst habit? You don't.
I got a lot of them. How long have you got? We've only got 2 minutes before the jump of this race game. Give me a break.
We can get Jules, maybe we'll get your wife.
I need to sit down with Dr. Phil for a while.
Yeah, we should get your wife maybe on a blinder as well. Your mum as well. Get Lana to get all the information.
No.
Speaking of Blue Hawaiian, we've heard Peter Moody, and he's not always bullish. It gives us the information, but he has said she has always shown them above average ability since day one. Few hiccups early. She's a horse that can be able to roll forward, and did seem to click with Ben Mallam, who's been on a couple of gallops, and then also that win when she was able to break the maiden at Cranbourne 2 back.
Yeah, look, she's a nice horse. For me, it's I couldn't get her anywhere near what she is. She's 220. I had double that, so I might just have got her completely and utterly wrong, which is fair enough. But I'm happy to sort of back a couple of the prices. I think they're just a fraction too big in the market, which is perfect picture. Had a bit of an excuse the other day. Sky Sister, unfortunately, got right out. That's sort of telling me there's not been a fair bit of coverage run, but it is very short for the one. The market's been pretty good today. I mean, we saw the previous winner, Shiny Deal, backed off the board. So this horse has always been pretty short to tell that price. So best luck going with Blue Hawaiian, and hopefully you get another one.
Loading well underway. Let's hear from Matty Hill.
Handicap. Terrific, Kate. I think this is one of the races of the day. Some nice horses here. Plenty of potential. Last time Blue Hawaiian was on top of the ground. Perfect picture, beat it by 2.5 lengths. That was a while ago, but interesting to get a guide there. Chewing Gum's one of the better horses in the race. If it gets to its absolute potential here, it'll be very hard to beat. Tornell's been consistent without winning. Now, Sky Sister goes in. Tornell is forward, but isn't that ironic? As Miss Winslet is the next one along with the barrier blanket. Caution Crystal Julie looks smart deal, perfect.
I don't know. I don't know, Lee. I don't have a clarity. That one I had a clarity. This one I don't have a clarity. It's the linear. The pressure is not working. So it becomes very difficult to assume.
Magnificent meeting at the Valley for the Manikato. Stakes racing here on Saturday and at Mornington Sunday. Bardia's Dream goes up.
Either have you.
The field is ready. Leads Man's race 6.
As got.
To jump, gates are back and away, blistering away, fairly smart deal out the back with Isn't That Ironic? Portia Crystal began well to lead Sky Sister and Blue Hawaiian. Tornell isn't too far away and Bardia's Dream deeper from those. Then came Chewing Gum, Baby Hazel. Further back in the field, 'Tis Time, 2 lengths, Perfect Picture. Then came Isn't That Ironic? Wide and blistering the fence, 2 lengths, Miss Winslet, Last Smart Deal. Portrait Crystal, the speed's pretty good off the back and it wants it faster. The 800 metres, a length and a quarter. Blue Hawaiian, the favourite second. Bardia's Dream is third. Sky Sister next on the inside as they slap it up front, followed by Tornell. They're 2 lengths in front of Chewing Gum, 'Tis Time, Baby Hazel. Then came Perfect Picture, Blistering, Isn't That Ironic, 4 deep on the final corner, well back, Miss Winslet, and Smart Deal into the running, Porsche Crystal, 500 metres to go, over a length of Blue Hawaiian Sky Sister, then Bardia's Dream, who battles on, chewing gum behind those horses, and Tornell up the middle is running on really well now, at the 250, Tornell took over, race clear from Porsche Crystal, Blue Hawaiian can only battle on, Bardia's Dream and Perfect Picture, but it's all too late. Tornell has stormed away from Perfect Picture, Chewing Gum, and Tornell dialed down 1 length and a quarter.
What is that?
Perfect Picture second, Chewing Gum was third, and Bardia's Dream, followed by Sky Sister. They were followed next in the field
15.
by Blue Hawaiian, Tis Time, Isn't That Ironic, Porsche Crystal, well back, Smart Deal, Blistering, and a couple coming to a walk, Baby Hazel. And
15.
Tornell has raced away at 11.80 and 2.70 with Mark Zara. It's one like a $2 chance. Has chimed in as if jet propelled and has raced away. Tornell, 15, the deserved win after a run of placings. Mark Zara for Anthony and Sam Friedman.
15, 8, 10, and
Racing
6.
team. And he is fricked on the line. Dialed down late from Perfect.
Ask.
By Toronado, she stormed home and Chewing Gum in third, number 10. Some form will come out of it. 15, 8, and 10. 15.
That 10 was the only one which I think was safe.
That's start number 11 after a string of minor placings with a penny dropping this afternoon.
No, it did not happen. So what happened is that 15, all right? So the pressure on that horse was absolutely nothing. And it went through. $15, 8, 10, and 6. 15, 8, which was here on Z. 10 and 6. Guys, the thing is, for some reason, there's a problem. The pressure is not working. I had a doubt on this one because the way it is, the 4 was also like that, 52% bleeding. The 10 was in a position, but not in a winning position. $15. Can you believe this? There's something not right at this track today. There's something not right. There's something very weird is there at this track. Okay, we'll have to go to the next. This one doesn't have the physics to win. There's something not right. This should not be happening. The highest advantage should go to these guys, but that's not happening. There's something not right at this track today. Here also, that 19 had the highest advantage, right? That did not get through. I mean, generally that should not be the case. The case should be here. This guy should have the highest advantage, but that was not happening. That did not happen. So I don't know what they're doing and what kind of horses are these and what exactly are they trying to do. So yeah, the 6 is like that. The 10 is the favorite. That is okay. Ascot, bro. 10. That's 95, 167, 12, 18, 67. Looks to 4, 60, 80, 46, 6. Yeah, the odds are they kind of the odds are right. The linear. These two are. I mean, through this, it doesn't look like they can get in. The other one, which is here, is this one, which is with that advantage. If that gets in, that gets in, but it is not in a position. So this is the other one. That's the largest drift. Okay, that's generally how it. That happens at times. The connections are right. The thoughts are right. So 10 and 8 are the right odds. Sorry, 2. 2 is where no, that doesn't happen generally. But this is the second linear, so this is not in a position. 56, 40, 89, 50%. No, that is difficult. This is okay. 8. That's the largest drift. This one, okay. 2, I don't know. And if that doesn't work, in that case, this Mr. 7, which is here, 167, 154, or this one, this is a better hand. This is 7, 8, 10, 8. They're also tailing. So yeah, the 7 is this one. This is on pressure. See, it'll all boil down to only one thing and one thing only. If so, what can go wrong? Okay. So what we are facing here at this track today is that the pace is not there. The pace is not working. The pace is not working, especially after this one. They were explaining that the market thinks that there's no pace in the race. So that is not only for that particular race where the 5 actually won and the 9 did not get anywhere, but it is for all the races. It looks like the pace definitely is not working. It looks like the pace definitely is not working. It looks okay. I mean, they have the right odds, but that should deliver because the pace is not working. And what happens if this doesn't work? What happens if this doesn't work? The 8 will win. That is something that happened here in one of the. It happened here only. 4%. It's at 6. So if the pace doesn't work, which is not working, I mean, I kind of have very I don't know what's going on today. There's something terribly wrong. So if the 10 fails, then it's probably 8. But can 10 and 8 be queen? That is a very difficult proposition. That may happen, might not happen. I don't know. But the pace is definitely not working. It becomes very difficult when these kind of situations they arise. It simply means that there is some measurement at the ground which is changed. Either there is a rail which is out or in, or the ground is not showing the right reading. It is not 5, soft 5. It is way worse than that. Could be n number of reasons why the pace is not working. The other thing that is possible that they don't have the stock today, and maybe that is one of the reason why they did not race last week, because they did not have the stock. They did not race last week. We raced at a very different ground last week during the midweek Wednesday, and they did not race. Probably they don't have the stock. It took them time to bring in the stock, and the stock that they have, that's not gullible, not the best of the stock. the the problem is, in here there is no backup. You can't fall back on the other one. It is either that or nothing.
Three-year-old $2.50 favourite head of Regal Mine, our second and leg, $7.50 into $6.50 on the drift. It's the import, the Belmont Gangster, taking a bit of time. And Jules, as we're leading into the 7th, what are you seeing from the market?
Solid observer, which is a positive sign to begin with, but we want to know in the last 3 or 4 minutes. It's going to be our best guide with this favourite observer. We've been doing this the last 3 or 4 weeks, and the market's been nailing whether they win or whether they actually fall off the cliff. New Camp, which you spoke about, Kate, yes, off 95 days, just 95 days or anything under 100, I think that's positive. And Zara, we did the stats earlier today, just a licence to print money at the moment. Good figures in the 3 starts, had the 2 jump outs, but market our best friend in these last 3 or 4 minutes of betting. If they're with it, then I think we can be with it. If it obviously drifts, it's probably with the 3 in front, it may be another day. Found it fascinating earlier too. They spoke about the fact that they're still on the path for the Caulfield Guineas. This Caulfield Guineas this year is light. Golden Rose this Saturday, only got a few horses in it, not much depth in it. The Guineas Prelude last week, it was run at a moderate tempo, there's not much in it. He's 50 to 1. I'm just saying, if he comes out and blows away, he's right in the space. I think the Caulfield Guineas is right.
This mounting yard is brought to you by Carbone Lawyers. When things go wrong, get Carbone on the phone.
For the Entires and the Colts racing, let's start with Aqueduct. He was able to get 3 in a row earlier in the prep.
That he was, and it's a Galloper that's pretty consistent around this level, Kate, but I obviously preferred others today, so if you do like him, that you're getting a reasonable price.
He's very unlucky there last start. He looked well there. He looks well again here today. He's moving very well in his action. He's a horse that's got some good muscle definition over his line. A lot of tips for him here in the yard.
Nice for Chandler from the second leg. Regal Mine racing at 3 legs.
I thought it was good, mate. Sort of went forward, let out. Tired late on. It did start favored there when beat by $1 shot, but there was some merit to the performance.
Yeah, he's also with a good amount of upside. Actually, somewhere near his top here, second up. It's another one that's really well prepared coming in. Just got a little bit of a spark about him here in the yard. So I want to seem a little bit more relaxed. He does look well.
Anthony and Sam Friedman have 3 runners in this event. First of those, Bob Harris.
The key positive, I think, is up in trip second up. So seemed to close well enough last time out without ever really threatening a hillside behind Trapeze Warrior. But thought it was a decent effort, and just that little bit fitter and up the trip may allow him to figure it out.
Yeah, I think he has taken some improvement from that first up run. He looks tucked up a little bit across his midsection. He's a horse that never really turns a hair in the bounding yard. He's always quite relaxed. He's a horse that always moves quite well, so very typical for a
Sequel, staying on the turf.
Decent proof. The last 2 runs have been on the synthetic. It's been well in the market. They've been high grade races, but look, I think he handles the turf okay. He's obviously a little bit pushing, but I just preferred others in this contest.
He's very fit here. He's been well prepared. I'm just having a slight knock on his walk. I think he could stretch out a little bit better. There's definitely other horses in the race that are moving better than him.
Really intriguing Galloper, the Belmont Gangster, Irish input for the Freedmans, who's taken a bit of time to mature and also been a bit responsible.
Yeah, I just had the 3 runs overseas. One I raced at the Curragh, one I made at the Curragh, so that's already pretty handy to go. That already made the main track in Ireland. It's also a lot of potential in his form, so it's hard to know. The market's going to be a good $8, but I'm happy to watch him today. His work's been pretty sound.
He's a nice type of horse. He's showing a few signs of freshness here today. Just having a bit of a play with the bit there, and he's just a little bit up to bat. He'll take some improvement from today's run, but he may be one to keep an eye on up the distance. He's a nice type.
6-0-0. Did not go to plan first up the strike.
Yeah, can't have it. Really, I think it's short enough at the current price. Still looks as though he's learning a little bit what it's all about. Well, of course, he was.
Ascot!
You like that speed, you like the source. Top in the market. He's at 650 there. And
Thank you for doing that, my friend.
definitely, he's shown enough on other runs to say that there's something to work.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, he's a horse that can get himself a little bit worked up in the yard. I think he's actually handling himself quite well.
Thank you so much for doing that, Ascot.
This time in. Another one of these horses that just could move a little bit better. He's just a little bit short behind for my liking.
Like Jim chasing treble third from the Freedman Express Guard.
Good run first up on the Parks track. Round 2 won that race. It was a pleasing enough effort. And it's a horse that put Philomena spot here. He got Blake shit on side, which is positive.
Yeah, he looks like not a bad sort of place chance here off the way he's been presented. I'd imagine he's taken some natural improvement from that first up run. Probably be set to peak third up from his fitness point of view, but he hasn't turned a hair here in the mounting yard. He is walking out very well in his action.
Sugar Code, first up since May.
Very good numbers for this horse. I know the last 5 starts haven't yielded a win and sort of won his first 2 starts pretty well. But there's definitely ability there. I think it's an each-way chance in this race. He hasn't run since May 17, so there's a little bit of a gap and probably be some improvement to come. But yeah, I think he's more than capable of landing a blow in this race.
He's probably one just to watch behind the barriers if he continues to have a little bit more of a sweat. He's just starting to now. I think he'll take some natural improvement out of today's run. He's come back quite well. I think he's even probably grown a little bit in the time off, but he's maybe just 1 run short.
What about Fella's Machine, the 9?
I will, Ascot.
Yeah, I think it's way over the odds for mine. I thought the jump out was all right. He showed good potential last preparation. I know they stepped him up over 1.5 miles, but I don't know what his best trip is, but I think he's good enough to win a 13 or 1400 at this level in this class.
He's a really nice horse. He's got plenty of scope, this guy. This is probably one of the better parades I've seen from him mentally. He's seemed to handle himself quite well here today.
That 9 is the EW in between. I don't know how this thing is working today because it doesn't look right from...
Speaking of having a lot of scope, Godolphin, Cold Observer, Marzara back on, now racing in the Kieran Martin. He's jumped out well for his first up run.
Yeah, this is the horse I'm most interested in. He started on top. Had a couple of 2-year-old races during basically the winter and won really well at Lakeside. Then won by Martin. Then won the Flemington. It was disappointing, but I just want to give another chance to work with him to make it a nice horse to go.
Yeah, you've followed this guy when you've seen the yard. Some great head on him, the way he sort of walks around the yard. He knows he's a pretty good horse, isn't he? I do think there is some improvement to come. If just having a slight sweat, he is a horse that still shows some signs of immaturity. Probably could be on back here, but I still think there is a bit to come with it.
What a week it's been for trainer Rory Hunter. Got his first Metro win at Flemington in the Derby trial on Sunday. It's been to be pretty tough tackle in a B class.
Yeah, it deserves to be a big price. Got a theory of form over further. Fresh up over this distance should struggle.
Yeah, I think he'll just need to run it today against some pretty slick opposition, so he looks like he'll improve.
One of the races we've really been looking forward to today. Hutch, you've been saying it's going to be tough to move past him.
Yeah, I like the chance of the source. It's been pretty well supported. I think this, I mean, whilst I'm looking at the observed camp, I think Bell's Machine is open to the odds. I don't like them well. Sugar Code difficult to sort of know first up, but that's the case of Bell's Machine as well. But I'm in with Observer, maybe there's some other results.
Purely from the yard, I thought horse number 1, Aqueduct, was the pick of the yard. He was the horse that was really relaxed here today, moving very well, good muscle definition, and very fit here. So he goes on top. Observer looks the horse with the most quality in the yard. I do think he'll take some natural improvement from today's run, and he still is a 3-year-old with a little bit to learn. So purely from a yard point of view, Aqueduct on top, wouldn't really be talking about back Observer. I just think he does have maybe a little bit of improvement to go.
Observer, the favourite, $2.70, slightly outbidding into as much as $2.55. Grueling holding second favourites is in $7.50 open, down into $6. The import of the Belmont Gangster, what is it going to produce? $8. Equal third 11 with Sugar Code. So competitive market outside of the favourite at $2.65. You get those juice on, especially if you're pretty keen on this poll with Observer. Spicy odds still, but not until 5 p.m. in PointsBet right now. Get involved. Sandown, Belmont, and Galloper. Chances are you're about to lose. Great confidential support for the number on the hotline.
369.
That's it out. We go to Godolphin with James Collins. They have a big opinion on Observer. John Turnbull on the course of Sandown today. Nick can't wait to get his assessment of how this poll settled in with the new team.
Yeah, Jack Observer. How's he settled in with the stable? He's having his first run today. Been impressed with what you've seen?
It's very weird today, Adam, man. I haven't seen something like this in a long time. There's no pace at the track. There's no pace. Speed is not... I mean, the pressure is not working. The speed, they're not able to build up the speed. I don't know what's happening. There must be something that is there. If the 10 fails, then
So it's going to be interesting because they did an excellent progress, and one time I advertised they can
We're looking forward to this one. We've been able to pull all the up for the penultimate at Sandown today.
Terrific day, race 7, the Evergreen Turf. So it's a good race. Observe, look at the picture. I thought Barbaric Lad couldn't get into it last time, but there's some speed on Barbaric Lad's a chance for a bigger price. But a good race. Benchmark 66 for the Celtic Geldings. Nation State goes forwards. And here's Tactful and Balance Machine is going to be the last. Little trim up the Balance Machine, opened up 15, now into 10. So Tactful goes up to a middle alley. The Balance Machine, the final one. Sugarcoat standing well with Express Guard. Drawn next door. Balance Machine placed away. We go 1,300 metres once again. Starter issues the instructions. So field locked away. Patient stay for to take it. They're ready. Pretty good line two. Barbaric Lad goes back to the end as it usually does with Balance Machine and Regal Might began well from the inside draw to lead the Belmont Gangster, and on the outside Nation State Delta Zero Posies behind those horses. Then came Aqueduct and Observe a little wide. Further back is Tactful, Sugarcoat, a couple of lengths, Express Guard. Then Balance Machine and last Barbaric Lad. Regal Might is the leader. 900 metres to go, a length and a half to Nation State. A similar gap to Zero in third. The Belmont Gangster first, fourth one off the fence, and then 2 lengths Aqueduct. In that line of horses, Observer and Tactful the rails. A couple of lengths Sugarcoat, Express Guard, well back in the field, Balance Machine. And Barbaric Lad's detached 3 lengths off the second last horse around the corner. Regal Might, 500 metres to go down Corrigan Dip by 2 lengths Nation State Delta Zero. The Belmont Gangster yet to be called upon. Observer, it's outside. They were followed next in the field by Aqueduct as they reach the 300 metres. It's Nation State going to the front momentarily. From the Belmont Gangster, Observer's full bore on the outside. The Belmont Gangster up the Nation State. 100 metres to go, then Observer. It's the Belmont Gangster extending. A half Observer, the Belmont Gangster. The current of Sandown, 1.5 metres. Express Guard for the photo. Sugarcoat, Nation State, then Barbaric Lad. Further back, Balance Machine. Followed by Aqueduct, Delta Zero, Regal Might and Tactful. The Belmont Gangster, well, there was money
5,
for
10,
it.
7.
The Belmont Gangster, $8 into $6. And whoever they are, they knew what they were doing. A winner at the Curragh last time in October of last year, first up in Australia. The gelding by Inns Court out of Rare Kyler. Luke Curry aboard for Anthony and Sam Fried. Was in front at the point of the corner, in front of Observer, who couldn't drag the margin back. And Express Guard has finished the race off well, number 7, to finish in third. And I'm going to repeat what I said in the fillies, leg race 6. I think some form will come out of this as well. Nation State will run 4th. Sugarcoat will run 5th. After the running of race number 7, 5, 10, 7, 4. 5, 10, 7, and 4.
It played the queen, but very logically they are not able to build up. So this is the highest level of handicapping. That is the lowest level of handicapping on the class of the horse. So there's no pressure, but that was one of those horses we just went through. So the pressure, then 7 was here, 4 was here. It's a bad day, that's all. Bad day with bad horses. 4, 7, 12 scratched. 5, 15, 6, and 10. Probably it's right because those things are not working. The pressure is not working. The pressure is not working. It's very difficult for this horse. I don't know whether that'll work, but the 10 is the lowest. That's the highest pressure. This one is the lowest pressure. 15 is the lowest pressure with the highest rating. FR. I mean 5. So that's that. So I think the odds are right. I don't know if any of those are going to get in because here also this is a 550 at 86, 36, 45. Here the 10 was a 43. So this was a better horse, benchmark 66. All right, same rating. Came in second. Here it drops with the pressure increases, plus it is like that. So I don't know whether that'll work or not. The 10 is the highest pressure in this race, not the linear. Not the linear. That one is on like there. So we'll see how it works. I mean, I don't like any of the arrangement here. Today it is a weird day. It is not working. It is just that it's got that 54. It's got the body weight 54. 36 is the pressure. So if that's that, then 5 is the right odd. 5 is the right odd. Five is the right odd. I'm going to be back from the washroom in a jiffy. I'm going to keep this thing on the screen so that you can take a look at it. And I'll be back in a jiffy from the washroom. They're showing some balaclava right now. I'm going to bring it in once they start showing the Sandown. It'll take about 5 minutes. Ascot, I just looked at the receipt. It's huge, bro. Beaumont, they are racing right now, Ascot. They're racing right now. Can't put the Beaumont or any of those tracks on screen. I'm sorry, bro. They're going to give me copyrights. Ascot, check your phone. Okay. Five. Five. Five is the winner. Beaumont. And with a good length.
There's a couple from the meeting. First Chorus and the Observer. Well worth putting in the black book.
Sam Friedman looking out to close the program at Sandown with 3 straight winners. The market suggesting they stand a great chance with overactive looking to go one better from last start. $3.50 favourite. Continued support also for Street Love. Expect Peter second up $6.50 third. The second leg $4.40. Saxon spot there solid at the $8. As is Charlotte at the $9 too. But overactive $3.50 could be a big day for Blake Shin and the Freedmans.
This mountain yard is brought to you by Bogus Platinum. Find out more at bogusplatinum.com.au.
Pretty even way to be able to close out the program. Let's start the yard with good thoughts.
Yeah, needs to improve on that fresh up one over 1400, but has run well second up, and no doubt Strip's a bit fitter. Maybe one that can improve off that and fit someone.
He's a horse that's walking out. He's got a coat that can definitely clean up and probably some fitness improvement to come. So maybe another day.
Brilliant.
Wins on for the first time for the team. Masterful.
Yeah, I think Masterful, look, he needs another win. He's been racing okay, gets back well back in the field and has been rattling home. And, needs to improve a little bit of recent efforts. But, yeah, I think he's his right price at the moment, $10.
Yeah, I had something on him last time of how well he paraded, and I think he parades in very similar order today. He looks really well for the horse. He's got a great coat. He's moving quite well for him. I think he's come back in a really good order this campaign.
Waterville Gelding, Thunder Point, the three.
Does need to improve a little bit, I felt. Pretty plain run first up, ran last. And I thought it was an easy one to oppose here.
Yeah, the Silver Wild runners, as a rule, do tend to really improve second up when you dig into the stats there. And he's probably one today that can do so, but I think even looking at him, he's maybe going to take some fitness improvement again from today's run.
Blake Shin looking for a treble. He's on the favourite, over at.
Yeah, look, this horse is on the back. I ran second behind gold medalist at Bendigo last week, and it was a nice run. So looks fit enough now, looks ready to go. Yeah, definitely right at the go.
Yeah, he backs up really well. He's nice and bright here in the mounting yard. He's a horse that's moving quite well, and I like he's very relaxed here today with the earmuffs on. He hasn't really turned a hair at all. He's having a bit of a look around, but he isn't sort of playing up at all, which is a good sign for him.
6 Charlotte, he's been in great form since joining Mount Laurie State.
That he has. He's been a specialist on the synthetic, though. He's had the 5 starts, 3 wins in a couple of seconds. Can he transfer it up in grade back on the turf? We'll have to wait and see. I would be playing to find out.
He's quite a big, solid horse. He can be a little bit deceptive in the air. He's got a bit of a barrel on him, but he does look like he's at his top, especially looking at the muscle definition he has. He's a very relaxed customer. He's always been that throughout his career. He's never turned a hair once in the mounting yard, so a very typical parade from him.
The 3 got the 8 keen enough to produce down in grade.
Yeah, I thought it was, look, an excusable run last start behind Rakoki. They didn't get that quick, so there was an excuse there, but he just hasn't been all that easy to find. I'll say his better form's good enough to win it. And he's $11. A couple of others at the same price. I think he's probably got a better chance. Certainly, he does.
Probably given where he's trained and the climate, or the packing of horses, he's probably, all those horses running today, he's probably got the best coat of them. He looks really well within himself. He's a horse that's moving very well. Yeah, I could definitely give him a bit of a push at the price. He looks nice.
Red on red, Denial looking to bounce back.
Yeah, didn't jump that all that well last time out, but go that quick in the race one by Sweet Jasmine. I might have an excuse there, but look, he needs to improve anyway. I think he probably needs something just a touch easier.
Yeah, he's very fit, but assessing him in the yard, it probably does look that way. It probably looks like he needs a touch easier than this opposition.
So tough win last start from Saxon Scott.
Yeah, it was a really good performance. Tenacious win, just his 4th career start as well. So he was well supported in the market. I loved the fight that he showed. His 3rd run in now, up the trip won't be a problem. When he can put himself right in the race, he's a very good chance. I think he's over the odds at this price.
He's been very relaxed in the yard so far. He's just got a little bit up and about since McD got aboard. He looks like he's bringing a nice base of fitness coming into this. He's somewhere near his top, I would have thought, assessing him today. And he was very relaxed just prior to McD getting aboard, and I wasn't too worried about how he's just going onto the track. He's just nice and up and about.
The 11, Albanian, I am.
Yeah, I got the Smart's a big price. Hasn't won in over 500 days, and he's going to need to improve a lot off recently.
Yeah, with a new stable now, though, he does look very well. He's a horse that catches the eye more often than not, but I would say you could probably give him a push off the way he's paraded.
Similar story, Hunch, with Legend Kings.
Should need the run and should need further.
Yeah, he's a horse, I think, maybe just assess how he goes. So he's quite a nice type in the yard. You're just going purely off that, you wouldn't have your 150 to 1. It's just a matter of the intent here today, first up.
Justin Starr is on the drifts, but he's been racing well.
Yeah, I liked his last performance. I thought there was a fair bit of merit to it. I like the fact that he went forward and made every post winner. I'm not worried it took him 5 starts to get the win. He'd been building towards it. Happy to be with him each way.
Yeah, he was nice and bright here in the mounting yard today. He's probably one of the fittest horses, so that looks a big advantage for him today up in grade.
Big market support for the 15 Street Line.
There has, and look, this is a nice horse going forward. No doubt that we'll get to see the best out of her. She'll strip a little bit further. She got the heavy track first up. We didn't learn much, but the market had her favourite. She deserves a forgive, and she can bounce back.
I think she's come back well. The team have presented her really well here on race day. She's fit. She was moving quite well. I probably expected her to put on a little bit of probably strengthen up in her break. She hasn't really strengthened up a whole lot since last campaign. So, I probably thought she'd come back a bit stronger this time in.
Last in the yard, it's girls' night, going for 3 in a row. Not much better than going out for a girls' night.
No, I bet it is. I bet you enjoy those, Kate, and so you should. This is a horse that's in really good form, but this is a harder race than that you're getting across.
Yeah, she's absolutely flying a mare in form. It is a tougher race, but you couldn't really knock how they presented her. She does look very fit for this assignment.
So that's the field here as we finish off the day at Sandown, and you've done us a bit of belt.
Well, we'll see if it's value or not. It doesn't figure in the finish, but each way I think Cass Stark can run a big race. Street line. It's a nice prospect along with Saxon Spot. Overactive is hard to knock, really. So I went 14, 15, 10, and 5.
I'm going to go with the 5 here as the pick of the yard. I think it's a bit of D-Day for Overactive. It's one of the better parades I've seen for him. More importantly, the fact that he was really relaxed here today in the yard. So backs up beautifully. I think it's a bit of D-Day for him. Peak fitness, muscled up. Looks a nice race for him. Outside of him, I thought the 10 Saxon Spot looked quite well. You could make a case for a few of the other runners at big prices, but if Overactive runs up to his parade, it should be hard to beat.
The yard for the favourite, $3.10 has come in. Significantly burn there, so we're seeing some market support for that favourite. Blake Shin going for 3 in a row, and they clicked last up and bring a little bit more quiet. Street Lark, this being now at $4.80 the second. The legs having opened at $6.50. We're seeing some support in the direction too of Saxon Spot, $6.50. Then 3 in single figures. Flight Drift on Keen Enough at the 11. Masterful out to the 12, and Charlotte also out to 12. It's been a good day with Foxcatcher, Jules, Hatchie, action. We've got Ashman in here sometime as well. And if you like what you've been able to see today, make sure that you give the guys a follow on social media. Foxcatcher, not just your usual takes. You get the strong takes, cutting edge form, all the fantastic insights throughout the week as well. It's been a massive spring part of Foxcatcher, so make sure you join the team. I feel like they've given you all a bit of an extra tan on that though. Hutch, you're all looking like
What are you saying? I don't have a tan. We're all of us all part of the Jules.
Well, not in that clip. Maybe they had to.
Oh, maybe I've got a bit of a spray. A little bit of an hand spray.
Would not surprise me. Speaking of the favourite here, we've talked about how the Freakers closed out the day. They had some big couple of wins in the past 2 races, wanting to get the victory here with Overactive. And we did see in last start, Blake Shinnon come on the first time, had an improved run, and just been ridden that a little bit more quiet than we'd seen when previously up on speed.
Yeah, look, he's on the back up. Look, if you like to follow the market's been pretty accurate today, particularly that late money, then he's clearly been the best go. It's a significant move for him late in the day, and the stable have certainly had a pretty good afternoon as well.
And it keeps coming. Sustained support now into $2.60 for Overactive, the favourite. And it's been some great stories today, and don't got much more than Chan and Jenny. When speaking of Blake, we saw him pretty emotional talking about for Lucy Yeomans, his partner was able to get the first win, and I think he was a bit worried that he might not have been able to ride her perfectly, but under her own name, with Enchanted Owl, got a nice result.
Yeah, it meant a lot to him, and we love to see it in racing. But there's always good stories, and
it's so much about racing, isn't it? There's so much to it.
No, absolutely. So it was something that they'll cherish, no doubt. Good on him. He's like you said, he didn't exactly give a perfect ride, but won anyway. It was a perfect ride in the manner, well, it won the race. That was all that mattered.
A minute to the jump from the final event here. Pretty even contest, but as we talked about, continued support coming for Overactive, the favourite, the last. As we welcome in Matt Hill for the final time.
Terrific. Watsy, lovely to be with you and Hutch for a Wednesday at the races. And of course, it's a busy week here in Melbourne with racing returning here on Saturday on AFL Grand Final Day. There are the 1,000 Guineas Prelude and also the Sandown Stakes, 1,000 Guineas back to its traditional home on Caulfield Cup Day this year. So the 1,000 Guineas Prelude here on Saturday and Sunday at Mornington also the Melbourne Racing Club, the running of the Ansett Classic. So it's going to be a busy weekend, and of course preceding all of that is the Great Bone of the Valley on Friday nights. Get to the Valley, 4 meetings left under its current configuration. So many memories at that iconic race course. So get there whilst you can. Now Saxon Spot goes into the stalls. We've got 3 to move up for the Sportsbet Race Replays handicap at 1,500. Jockey of Lethal Thoughts is momentarily out of the saddle, just sitting on the petition at the moment. Keen Enough and Street Lark to also join them. Anthony of Sept Freedom with a big afternoon with a couple of winners late in the day. The story of the day was Enchanted Jenny with Lucy Yeomans and Blake Shin combining to win the first, but some very nice horses going around. Keen Enough goes in. Street Lark will be the last. Missing heads to Geelong tomorrow, Benalla and Coleraine on Friday, and of course Woody Valley Friday night. Street Lark completing it. Goes in. The field set. Gates are back and away. Masterful just 12 slightly. Didn't miss it by a great deal. Albanian I Am missed the kick and goes back to the tail with Red on Red. Girls Night began well with Shaloot and Saxon Spot. They are the three horses prominent early with Caston Star the outside. Thunder Point behind them, and Albanian I Am has been able to recover quickly and get to sixth. Lethal Thoughts next on the fence, and then came Masterful, Overactive a little wide early, then Keen Enough, Red on Red, Street Lark, and Legend of Kings is at the tail. Caston Star is working around them, and at the 1,000 metres, let it out right now by a good 3 lengths, speared away early. From in second, Girls Night, Shaloot is third, and Saxon Spot is fourth, one off the fence. A couple Thunder Point, then Albanian I Am as they string out from Overactive 3 wide. Lethal Thoughts the fence between horses Masterful. About a length and a half, Keen Enough, Red on Red, Street Lark, and 2 lengths Legend of Kings. Caston Star has worked and comes around the corners. Run this pretty solidly as they run down Corrigan Dip now. 500 metres to go. It's Caston Star from Girls Night. Then came Shaloot Theatre. Saxon Spot hooked towards the middle of the course and is presenting under hands and heels, but has to find as Caston Star is still going. As they reach the 300 metres, a good 2 lengths Shaloot, Saxon Spot, followed then by Girls Night, Overactive and Keen Enough. Caston Star with about 100 metres to go. Saxon Spot is wearing it down. It's reeling it in now. Saxon Spot goes up, takes the lead of the famous Blue, and Saxon Spot has won.
10-14.
Caston Star and Overactive in a photo. Keen Enough will run fourth, then Masterful and Street Lark. Behind them, Shaloot, Girls Night, Red on Red, Albanian I Am, Thunder Point, Lethal Thoughts, and Legend of Kings. Saxon Spot wins the last at $7 on 240. Saxon Spot written by Mickey D for Ben Will and JD Hayes in the Royal Blue. We're going to get used to these different trainers now with the Royal Blue. And a good winner at Geelong last start, but it's on the improve, this gelding by Kermadec. Saxon Spot coming away from Caston Star, who looked like it was going to be hard to run down at the top of the straight. Ethan Brown for Jason Warren, and Overactive on the outside of it. Had to work today, number 5, and finishes in third. 10, 14 and 5. 10, 14, 5 will be the placings on the final race at Sandown.
10, 14, 5,
and a bit of value
and
there,
$8.
$7.240 taking it out. Caston Star at $3.60 and Overactive at $1.30 with the other number.
So what happened is that 10 was the highest handicap with the largest pressure. Then it was 14. And 5 was with rating. $15 was difficult, but it now this entire thing played on pace, 1500 meter. But that is it, ladies and gentlemen. That is it. We had 8 races today here at Sandown Hillside. That was the last one. But I'm going to be racing back again on Saturday. I think we've got Moonee Valley on Saturday. So that's again a very tricky track, but I don't have any other option than going to Moonee Valley, or I think it is Moonee Valley. Rose Hill. No. Muni Valley has been cancelled, I think. Bye-bye. Ascot, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Ascot, thank you so much. William, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Araman, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Lee, thank you so much, my friend, for being there. Thank you, gentlemen. I'll see you on Saturday. Till then, stay blessed.